Internet time! I'm HamsterBomb, and it has been a very long time since I've sat down to do this, but I really want to get back into working on this. This is my graphic novel. I'm hoping that our audio level is okay. I just switched up a lot of the sources and stuff last minute. That's why I'm kind of late right now. I would think, like, I assumed what's going to take me time is getting my tablet set up again, getting back into the swing of things, figuring out where I even was, because I haven't done this in years. And no, I spent all my time messing with the audio, because I think I realized my, let's see here. I think my microphone was listening to the wrong, like, channel or something like that, which is why my mic had been quiet this, for, like, months. Comet Cestus, welcome yourself, and thank you. I'm glad to be back. It was a good trip, but I was getting little tripped out, But my video editing software is still not functioning right now, and the company who makes it has no idea why, and that's great. So I pretty much can't make anything for you unless I live stream. So instead of trying to boot up another new game, for one, we're actually listening to Shin Megami Tensei 5's soundtrack. Let me know how the audio level is. As I mentioned, I was just screwing with that stuff. Hopefully it's okay. The ducking just refused to work, by the way. If I spent some more time on it, I'm sure I could fix it. But for now, it's just like, nope, I'm not gonna work. And it looks like I'm like super freaking loud, but as long as I'm louder than the music and you can understand what I'm saying, who cares? Alright, so I luckily inked up last time to the last page of Chapter 2. And this is the first page of Chapter 3. And let me see here. I'll make sure that I'm clear on even what I'm doing. Yeah, so my mouse, I was just gonna say, is my mouse visible? Yep. Totally see it. Good. The sketch layer, luckily I had done this years ago, because I haven't opened up any of these things since. The layouts, I don't remember how I even did this. It's not just... Oh, it is. I was gonna say, it's not just, like, black squares. I'm pretty sure I also had, like, a white border around it, but it looks like the sketch layer doesn't care. There's a way to do that. I don't remember. Like, you, select inside of them on the layout folder, invert the selection, go to inks, tell it to make a mask. Done. Looking for your next live stream. I'm fine with Shin Megami Tensei. Since you did mention you want to play Shin Megami Tensei for your next live stream, I really want to play 5 Vengeance, but the problem is they want to charge me $60 again. I already paid for that game, and I already paid for the DLC. So I already paid more than $60 for this game, and they kind of refused to sell it like this new package as DLC, which is really scummy. Yeah, so I can't afford it. But, till then, next game I'm doing, I honestly don't really know. And I'm down with a lot of stuff. Oh, God, get this. So, hopefully this all comes back to me pretty well. I gotta get the drawing here. Oh man, I haven't done this in so freaking long. I wonder what size I did for the brush. But so while I was gone, I tried hatching in my Pokemon Crystal shiny Scyther, because I'm trying to get a team going that I can trade into a new copy of Pokemon Gold, and we'll do like a casual playthrough of Gold with a shiny team, And I think there's something really wrong with... I don't understand what the problem is, but there's something wrong, right? So do I have a brush size increase anywhere? I don't know any... Touch on and off. Obviously, I don't want that. Shift, redo, undo. I customized all these, but it looks like I didn't change brush size anyway. I guess I didn't want myself to accidentally do it. 10 to 15? That's my only option? Obviously, this is facing the foreground, so I want this to be thicker line. Welcome, Macrosaurus Taurus. We are going to be having a nice little laid-back day, working on this comic of mine. And, you know, and now it is starting to heat up in this room. I was thinking, like, I don't need to turn on my fan. Nah, it's hot already. So hopefully you don't hear that. Because it may be irritating. There's this thing called a heat dome coming, by the way, in the Midwest of the United States, where I live, and it looks scary. I've seen it on NORAD and weather sites and stuff. Oh my god, it looks scary. You obviously are not getting Black Ops 6 for the PS4. No, since you don't play first-person shooters. No, that would get me very nauseous. I see you drawn again, by the way. No, you say that, but I haven't actually done anything yet. I'm gonna assume, you know, let's do the reflection first. It's probably the safest, and I'm not gonna want to do this late. Nah, let's do the lines on the. This is a mirror. Guy shading, looking into a mirror. I was gonna say let's not do the lines on the mirror yet in case I gotta erase something. Then I've got like weird shapes. What is that back there? I didn't do this. I did this sketch before Clover was born. Okay, so I don't know what I'm looking at. Like down here, I can identify that stuff. That's like a soap dispenser. I don't know, man, like Vicks Vapor Rub or something like that, and deodorant, I guess? I don't know. So maybe I should do the foreground. I don't know what I'm even looking at. I'm gonna assume I need a bigger stroke size for this. Maybe I should just pull up, like, the last actual page that I freaking inked so I know what size. Now I'm gonna do that. Alright, so we're looking at 55 right now. I don't know what page was what, and they're going to have letters on them if I pull them up, and I don't really want to show too much here, but, like, that's not terrible. Alright, so let's turn the letters off here, and let's get in closer. Alright, so, just to screw up this page temporarily so I can see what size I was doing, if I was doing something in the foreground here, that is way too freaking big. Alright. Here's 15. That's better. Okay. So if I'm doing some in the foreground, 15's cool, and it looks like everything else I was drawing... 10. I was pushing kind of hard, so 10. Alright, so 10 and 15. We can do that. Let's leave that up for reference. Oh, except we don't want letters to be turned off. I'm going to forget that. Alright. Sorry, this is going to be a complete mess for a while. So just enjoy the lovely Shin Megami Tensei jams. Now, 15 was what I could do for the edge here. Is this his neck? Or is this his neck? I don't know what I'm looking at. What could that be? Trying to translate my sketches from so long ago. Alright, I'm gonna just start going. We just gotta suck it up. Where's the undo? I'm gonna be hitting that a lot. There we go. Alright. By the way, HamsterBomb, what makes you nausea? What makes me nauseous? Okay, well, here, I'm not playing Call of Duty anyway, just because it's not really a game I'm interested in, but any game that's first person, doesn't matter if I'm shooting or it's a walking simulator. I'm gonna start puking, man. Not literally, but like, my nausea goes through the roof if I try that. Let's try and get like the edge of his shoulder, and then I genuinely don't know if this. Okay, so here, if that's the angle I'm doing as a mirror, I don't know. This is no, that's his arm. Is that his arm? That's his arm. Okay, so that's his arm. Oh god, but no, like anything that's like coming at me, first person. So if I hear most people who do VR headsets, they get very nauseous very quickly because of like a latency thing. Imagine that, but way worse, and I don't even need it on a VR. I just need to look at something, and if someone's moving around, oh god, even if I'm controlling that person, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna start hurling. My sense of balance is really bad, and just watching something like that. Oh god, like here, another thing. Have you ever seen Cloverfield, the film? I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, it was all filmed like with found footage, right? You know, first-person kind of stuff, people running around with cell phones and whatnot. That movie made me want to barf. You know, but like other movies don't make me want to throw up, so hope that was like a better explanation. So don't expect me to be streaming any first-person stuff. Well, but I could do Metroid Prime. Now, the controls in Metroid Prime, though, eventually it will get me kind of sick. If you remember in my stream, I was kind of starting to lose it for a bit. It's a better angle, I think, for the neck, because it's pretty far here. We could probably start lightening this up once I get to the edge. I'm trying to make that kind of fatter for the outside, and then we're going to thin our lines up. I was getting kind of sick in Metroid Prime, but like the whole game is set up where you're actually using tank controls. And tank controls don't get me as sick, because you're not like quickly like looking up and down and twisting around and getting me dizzy. You know, instead, you're typically looking forward. If you're looking up and down, you are standing still, and you're using L or R, I don't remember, in order to make it work. I just played, like, that was my last stream. Did the entirety of Metroid Prime. And I couldn't tell you what the controls are. Alright, let's, back of this shit. Whoa! That's my eraser? Alright, we're fixing that now. It's just the last time I was doing something. Let's fix that immediately. Oh god, it needs max hardness. It needs low size. Yuck. Alright, so we're not going to see the edge of his nose. That's why I didn't... The opacity's even wrong? Where is that? 51. Man, what the heck was I doing? Obviously working with, like, thumbnails. It's, like, all I've really been able to do. Alright, so let's flip this again. Oh, God. Go back to the brush. Wonder how much I would actually see from here. You'd probably see, like, the edge of his cheekbone. And then, like, well, people's eye. Yeah, it kind of comes up like that. I'm not going to worry too much. Like, it's been a long time since I've, like, sat down and tried to draw something, so I'm a little, worried that, like, you're going to turn one page of this book and the style's going to completely shift. Hopefully that's not the case, and we're going to be alright. Oh, that's just an eyebrow. Okay, so if that's the edge of his head, we'll do a little bit of hair. His hair's a bit of a mess, though it's mostly going that way from here, but still. Let's not goof this too much. I'll clean it up in a moment. Like, erase the parts that I don't want to see. Anyway, clearly he's in a bathroom anyway. It's not like his hair's clean. Alright. We are drawing on top of the layouts. There is totally a thing I did. Let's peek over here. Yeah, okay, so you can see this thing right here. So, just to show you what that is, if I were to draw over the edge, that happens. So you don't see it. That is something I'm going to have to do right freaking now. So we're going to go back. Let's not even look at what I drew. Instead, we're going to go to layouts. Sure, let's use the magic wand. We want this one's multi-select. Now we're on the layout one. I think I'm doing this right. You want to click on the inside of each of the panels, go up to the inks, and tell it this. Good. Done. That's all we needed to do. I used to teach this in college. There you go. Now, ba-la-la-la-la, we did it. Now we can draw outside the lines with no worries. Hakuna Matata. Let's clean this up, though. That does not look good. And make that a little smaller. I don't want to get too picky, but Stuff like that, you know, we should clean up. That should get cleaned up. I hope Smut 5 is good in Vengeance. It looks good. Been excited to try it, but, you know. Costs a lot of money, man. Costs a lot of money. Okay, that's not terrible. We'll live with that. Got a little dip right there. Alright, so if we go back, now let's turn this off at 15. The reason I wanted that to be thicker is when you have something in the foreground in a comic, you want to make the stroke bigger. Makes it a little easier to see. That's a ginormous ear. You know, let's actually make that wider on the outside. No. Goofy looking line. Screwed up looking earlobe there. That part's hidden anyway, so it doesn't matter. Okay, now we actually want that bigger. Now that I can't see what I'm doing. So, I'm not too concerned about lines being a little blotchy or anything like that. You just gotta learn to live with it and get going. There's too much we gotta do. Okay, but I do want to make sure that it's relatively clean. Gonna try and crisscross a bit. This guy's not exactly the cleanest person. Yeah, sure, I'll do a little stray hair here. You're like, yeah. What the heck is this noise I'm listening to? The soundtrack of that game is like, it's weird, because it's a Shin Megami Tensei game. But somehow it's the least interesting of all of them. You know, I don't know. Am I the only person here who's actually played every single numbered Shin Megami Tensei? I don't know. I'm gonna try and get, like, a decent enough set of, lines to work with here. And if we just kind of sharpen these, it should just be fine. Though, I'm surprised, you know, hopping out of a shower, your, hair around your ear wouldn't be screwy, but I do want to connect these. I know Kim in coloring has some issues with, anybody would really, with, unconnected lines. Yeah, that should be a mess right here. Okay, so, we're gonna fix that right now. Just didn't draw it. I wish there was an in-between of those. The zoom. Actually, there is. If you... Yeah! I remember my controls. Now, hold on here. Yeah, it doesn't even say it on there, but the circle, there's a little circle thing I got here. I can, like, change the zoom size. Alright, let's get, like, a little... how are we gonna do this? Little blotch coming out by the ear here. And then, make it look a little more, you know, less terrible. That's what I strive for. Less terrible. That looks weird. Like, something looks really weird about that, because, like, that's two different strands here. I'm trying to make it a little more clear. It still looks really weird. Whatever. Moving on. Not too precious about freaking hair. If anything, I am actually being way too precious about freaking hair. Alright, let's just stick with that. Eyebrow. It's not connected. Kim's gonna flip. And she has to color that. Alright. Face. And then, I am not sure if I'm actually gonna be... What is all that coming out of my face? I'm covered in hair, man. They're all gray, too. All these coming off are gray. Hair looks brown. There's a lot of gray and red in there. And it's not just because I came back from a trip, I promise. No, I'm just dying. Let's see here. That's the edge of the chin. Let's get that taken care of first. Then, that's the other side of his chin, but it should go up, not down. That was just for a sketch. Let's actually connect it. Because, like, there's his ear, so it really is back this away. So I shouldn't even have drawn that far. Yeah, like that. And now I'm just gonna shorten that. Just did it to get the direction. There, see? Chin! Sorta. No, we had a good trip. We went to, my parents have a place, a condominium that they have owned, I'm just gonna say since before I was born, make it easy instead of like guessing, so 30 plus years. And it's a nice place. They rent it out, but mom's pretty picky about who she rents to. Like random hairs sticking out of here. Nope, nope, no, not that one. Yeah. I'm trying to make it look like the edge here. Hopefully it's clear what I'm even making. He's not actually like shaving his beard here, he's just trimming it up so it doesn't look as much like a monster. It's just weird because like I drew this back when actually yeah, my facial hair looked very similar to that, and I think it also I never got rid of these parts. I don't think I ever had like a regular goatee. Wasn't my thing. Alright, and what would you actually see here? Something like that, probably. Where's the undo? There it is. Man, I'm not sure. Good enough, I think. Let's make a bit of a, like a... It'd be weird that you'd see your lip from that far. Yeah, maybe that's fine. Just take like an edge by a cheek. Ooh. Combat. Finally. Now the question, do I actually put hair on a... I don't want to ink hair on a dude. But, I think we're about to. Just like little scratchy lines. Nah, that looks weird. Like that. So if that's the edge... Oh, do I have one for space bar? Was it space? Space bar? Straight lines? No. Not space bar. Where's undo? What button was that for straight lines in Photoshop? Man, it's been too long. Shift? Shift. It's gotta be shift. Yeah, it's shift. Zoom back in there. I'm gonna erase that in a moment. Let's just eyeball that one. I actually booted up SMT5 the other day, and am trying to beat the whole thing. Oh, hold on, you would see this. Beat it on the other ending paths. Oh god, yeah, I screwed that up. I was gonna say, this is too far left, and that one's too far right. Good enough. Nobody's gonna be looking at that. just wondering, like, where to start. Because, like, maybe I should draw everything in the mirror with, like, a thinner line. Probably. Otherwise, this is going to get confusing. Even thinner than the rest of... No, I'm not doing that. Alright, so, forget it. Forget my stupid ideas. Not even worried about that not being too straight. Actually, that doesn't even look like a... It looks like a pop can here. I'm trying to do that. They kind of round the tops of these, don't they? And they got one of them on them. Yeah. That looks better. Sure. We'll put like a little label on it. I guess that's what that was supposed to be. And it's got bubbles on it. Yeah. A little bit of a stain there. Everyone has those on their soap dispensers. Oh. Man. Will I be able to finish this book before it kills me? I don't know, man. I don't know. Cathedral of Shadows, I think. What is this? I know physically what it is, but like, what angle are you even drawing here, doofus? I'm gonna assume that's the bottom. Like that. I just wasn't bothered before with the top of a soap dispenser. There we go. Alright, why not? We'll do reflections as I go. It's a good game. It's a very good game. If you haven't played it, give it a shot. Shin Megami Tensei. It's a good series. I enjoyed very much. I have not drawn this book since before I was a dad. That's something, man. I should probably close that off. Hold on. I'm trying to follow the reflection, obviously, more than this. What if I did it like that? There, you can kind of see the back of it there. Yikes! Oh, suds. Crud on it. You would see that one, but that's it. Alright. Not so terrible, I can do this. Was that a deodorant stick? Something, I don't. Oh god, frickin' Dot. Never mind. Dot had a terrible soundtrack. I don't know what was wrong with it. Is that's not this, is it? Okay, not too far over. I don't know what that line is or what this product is. But there you go. I drew the sketch, okay? I don't even know what that is. Kim is gonna get on me like, what is that thing? I don't know. It was in the sketch. Alright, I'm gonna try and make it look a little bit better than that. My guess is it was supposed to be deodorant. I'm gonna raise that a little bit. Yep. Man, who has mirror, like, straight all the way down in their, bathroom? I'm glad that I didn't review Smut 5, because, now it's, like, got a definitive version, and I would have had to review it twice. That kind of sucks. Yep, that's good enough! Oh god, my neck. Try to look down too fast. My neck has been out of place since, like, November, I think. Just last night I finally convinced Kim to, like, try to help me fix it. And it felt so much better, but it's still bad. Alright. Hand. That's his hand. Can I rotate? I think if we push this in, brush size to rotate. Okay, so I could rotate. Yeah, like that. One more over that way. Okay, so here's my thought. Where's shift? Up here. Make a, that's a little low, isn't it? Let's go a little higher than that. Right about here. Make a straight line for his, now it was on auto scroll zoom. Cool. For the sync. Working really hard for, somebody shaving. Hopefully, once I get back into drawing, I'll be faster again. And, like, not even caring that that's not straight. Just moving on. Not a big deal. Alex, it's not a big deal. Just go. Just go. You have way too many freaking pages to do. I'm also planning on rewriting some segments to it. No! Yeah, it's good enough. Now, I think the sync is going to cover this up. So we'll see. You know, there would also probably be like a stripe here, especially if it's like if it's a medicine bottle, of which I have many. Ah, I looked down again. I gotta do this, get so used to it that I don't have to look down. My stinking neck. That looks nothing like a faucet. So we're gonna have to just wing this here. I've had to fix some, so let's try and get like the general shape here. Happy with none of these lines. There, I got like a little bit of the spout. I don't have a lot of room here. Not drawing with 15, good. That would stink. We're still waiting on that Nintendo Direct, I think, right? I didn't miss it or anything. There's, probably gonna be some good stuff in there. They've been holding it off on it for a while. I think they already came out and said nothing about the, next console. Which is fine. They want to make darn sure that, they cross that barrier that, the Switch is now gonna be the top-selling video game console of all time. So far. And I understand that. Okay, I don't recognize what those knobs are, so we're gonna make those typical faucet spouts that everybody seems to have. This is the reflection. But they look sort of like that, like a muffin. Except it's clear. You know what I'm talking about. Everybody has got it. It's like the required shape. Except they do kind of have a grip on the side. They're not exactly shaped like this. Where's the reflection there? It's supposed to be here. Alright, good enough. Let's do the other faucet first. What is that back there? They've got... Ow! My neck! They've got stuff for you to, undo it, but... like, take it apart? But honestly, I don't remember. Let's just erase and clean that up a little bit. I'm a little uncomfortable you guys never actually got to read the first chapter of this. Because it's completely finished. Full color, everything. Interrogations. Alright, so let's actually round that out here so that, boom, boom, boom. I can go down here. Good enough. Boom, 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 boom. So, yeah, I was saying I was playing Shin Megami Tensei 2. And it's interesting because it's man, that game's wild. As you would expect, but it's also like mechanically very broken. Very broken. Like Shin Megami Tensei 1 has its issues, but oh my god, 2 is a mess. I love it still, but oh my god, it's a mess. There's so many like broken mechanics and things like, oh my god. So in the first one, like probably the biggest fault that they should have fixed was the fact that you could like Zio and the heroine character. She just comes with Mazio and all that stuff, so she could just do that. Oh, that's the inside of the sink? I'll take your word for it, me, in the past. Anyway, so, like, you use Mazio, right? Get her speed high enough so she outspeeds everything else that would like, be a threat. And Zio guarantees a stun. So if you're faster and you guarantee a stun, the rest of your team gets to wail on the enemy. Next turn, you just do it again. This time, instead of fixing the problem, they made it worse. Better if you suck at the game. What's, maybe like an edge to the sink, I guess. Oh yeah, there is like a drain hole that sinks. That's about all I'm gonna do, and I'm saying I'm done with sinks. Actually, let's fill it in. Should be blank anyway. Edge of that faucet's really wobbly. So now, to make it even worse better, you can just use a gun that hits all and put in electric shock bullets. Everyone's stunned. It's the same problem. There you go. And I have both me and, what is that little divot I gave him? Me and the heroine, who, oh my god, you have minor spoilers to Shin Megami Tensei 2, a game you're never gonna play. I know you're not. It's a Super Famicom only title. So, I just got far enough in the story. I don't know how you set this. I gotta like tell the whole thing in an actual episode. I know it, but like, oh my god, it's nuts. Like, truly, it is nuts. If you listened to my telling of the first game, what is that line even? The review I did. The story in these games is insane. Now we're in basic combat. Good. That doesn't look right, going that direction. Neither does this. I mean, like, somebody's arm from that angle isn't going to be bowing out like that, so... It really should be going lower, I think. And then from here... out. No, not like that. Not like... no. Gonna erase that anyway later. And something looks so wrong about that. Because really, like, the edge of the elbow is, like, around here. So, I should probably just leave, like, That looks messed up, too. Clearly haven't drawn in a long time. I am, screwing up so bad. Kim's gonna have to color this and be like, God, Alex, what even? Alright, so. A hand. I could draw a freaking finger, right? Now, I can get rid of that. All that's gonna be gone. I don't think any of that's gonna be visible. And before it gets out of control here, let's put the thumb up here. Nice thumb. Nice. Good positive reinforcement. Tell myself how much I suck. There. Now I could like attempt to try to fix that weird depth issue with that arm. This feels really large. Oh, 10. I should keep it at 10. Remember, that's the width of the rest of the book. So, like, try to double up the fingers then so you don't have to draw as many. Separate those guys there. That looks really messed up. Alright, let's just... I think it's something like along those lines, but it looks kind of weird too. Mostly because that's not connecting. Around here. At least I think it's why it looks weird. That looks so messed up. But I honestly say I'm just gonna have to live with it, because it doesn't bother me that much. Yeah, look how small it is. Actually, look how small it is. That's a good point. That is not a big enough hand. Now we're gonna cheat. Alright, let's see how ugly this looks if I just try to cheat. This is gonna be so messed up. You know, just take that with it and, oh, God. Oh, God. This is gonna look really bad. You know, that's not terrible. It's not terrible. That's hideous. Okay. Wow. Never mind. Photoshop. Nice job you did there of making that look bigger. That was good. God, I don't want to do this. I'm going to have to erase the whole damn thing and start over. Alright, make it bigger. I wasn't a fan of it anyway. Let's just make it bigger. Oh, there's just like the edges of the fingers on the... Yeah, he's not gonna have his whole hand up there. He's just gonna like... Okay. That also looks kind of weird. I wonder how far I should make knuckles and all that. Oh, right, hold on. We got our porn music in the background for your listening enjoyment. What the heck is this part from? I gotta know. It's called Amanazaku. Oh, okay. That hand looks horrendous. I looked away for a moment and I came back like, God, I drew that? You draw some hideous stuff when you're like looking at a sketch and then nothing else. Here's the problem. The depth is it's going this way. So, like, it's... it was a little sausage finger. Oh, God. I was trying to do that just to help myself get a visual. Never mind. I've clearly not drawn in a long time. That's better. But now, like, his arm weirdly goes out that way. No, not in. Alright, it's not terrible. It's bad, but it's not terrible. I don't know. Is it terrible? Let me know! That looks pretty terrible. That's pretty terrible. No, I'm not gonna keep fiddling with it. Just gotta accept it and move on with my life. So now I know that Amanazaku music is, kind of porn music. I mean, I say that like as a joke. I genuinely don't know what people play in the background. Well, hands are what artists dread. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, back in high school, I knew that going in, so, like, I intentionally drew hands from all sorts of directions and whatnot. So I got really good at it, and, like, I mean, for just making it up, sure, it's not terrible, but I know I could do better than that. That's why I'm upset with it. It's got like a third muscle here. There. But does it actually do that? Not really. I mean, his neck would, but... The rest of the body is easier to do because there's actually this part of your brain that is recognizing what you're looking at and trying to tell the rest of the body whether or not it's like violating any rules or anything like that or looks out of place. It's like why when you look at a tree, you're not weirded out that like a branch isn't like moving the way that you would expect it to. You know, you're just like, oh, it's a tree. But like, you put somebody's shoulder just like a little too low, and you're like, oh god, it's so wrong. Rob Liefeld, you're such a terrible artist. Actually, I just made him really chunky here. Yeah, he ain't that fat. Yeah. A little closer to the sketch, you idiot. Alright. Don't go crazy. Got another freaking hand coming up. Oh, look at me how I creatively hit it here so I didn't have to draw it. Draw it twice. Reflections of hands would really suck. Actually, hold on. I never connected this. That would be like here. It's supposed to go to that. No, it doesn't. That looks bad. You know what? It all looks bad. All of it. Just cancel the whole book. Again. Don't do that. Don't actually do that. Ta-da-da! How to go about actually... Just gonna draw this first, and then just draw him holding it from whatever angle is necessary. Because this I can't move. Good. Leave it at that. Now, of course it's right. I have not drawn. So damn long. Alright, I just gotta properly cover that up. Now that I'm doing it, I'm like, how do I actually shave? I've never, like, you don't look at your fingers. It sounds like this soundtrack is actually really awesome in some parts. It sounds like, yeah, that's the SMT that I know. And then in some parts are just like, God, make it stop. Or apparently Amadasaku's porn theme. That hand, once again, looks too small. We're just gonna live with it. It's not that terrible. It was the sketch's fault, okay? It was the sketch's fault that I drew forever ago. What's that behind him? Like a shower head, or... Oh yeah, I was gonna, that was actually a part of this. Instead of, like, straight up drawing body hair, I'm gonna draw, like, a stylized body hair. Let's try and get it to, like... I see the issue here. It's too low. That's part of the problem. So is this back here. That's why that arm didn't look right. Alright, let's round that out. Still doesn't look right. It's too thin. Some things you gotta remember, they're not gonna print. Not awful. Alright, just make it thin here. Move on with our lives. Alright. I had to come up with some way to draw body hair that didn't look, like, gross. Also, like, I'm an extremely hairy guy, so I'm not willing to look up online what the average Joe Schmo looks like without his clothes on. Nah, I'm good. I'm just gonna stick with this. Good enough. Now, it's been a long time. Do I have hair going over his ear? Let's get, like, a better... I'll turn them letters off. Oh, hey, perfect, right there. No? Gonna go with no. Well, the real thing is what's in the reflection. That's what actually matters. Alright, so, we just saw we got some random, shreds coming out that a ways. Let's just kind of follow that for the most part. I'll clean it up later. Later is now, I guess. That's fine. Hey, let's get to the ear. I don't know why I like starting with ears, because it's the thing, it's another part of the body. Like, you draw an ear wrong, and since you don't spend all your time looking at ears all day, you don't really notice when someone draws a bad ear. You notice when they draw a bad eye, a bad nose, you know, the mouth is in the wrong spot, the hands are screwed up, because that's what people look at all the time. Oh, God. See, like, I screwed up that half of it. Yeah, I listened to this way too much. What did I actually draw on the inside of the ear there? Okay. Good enough. We'll just leave it at that. It's good. Alright, so... No, not that extra line. Leave it there. He is getting a haircut at one point in this. It's not actually shown, though. I think he gets a haircut. That's the thing, I haven't even gone back to check my script, which I want to update. And it's something much further. There's, I think, 8 chapters in the whole thing, and I want to change up a little bit of 6, and 7 almost completely. But it's really not altering the story at all. Or the beginning. Honestly, what it was, I was having a very long walk on the beach by myself. Because, poor little girl got homesick. She wanted to stay inside. Mom was staying in with her, getting some stuff done, because she went out with her earlier that day. So I just started wandering by myself. So I had time to think. Which I don't do that thing. I don't think. And it occurred to me like, oh shoot, I got a much better way to do this thing that I wanted to do later in the book. Luckily I didn't draw that far. Alright, let's get the edge of his head here. Whenever I'm doing sketches, I don't think about that level of anatomy. I'm just obviously like throwing it in quickly, like, okay, that's the pose I want. All right, make it happen. Yeah, his hand is too small. I think it's too small. Actually, I don't know, man. That's about right. It just looks small. Maybe I gotta draw bigger hands, just for no reason. I'm gonna get a good shape that looks like that's better. I'm gonna say you would not see the ear from here. It would probably be like there. Alright, now is this foam crap... Okay, so you can see like... He must have already gotten that part. I actually shaved there first. Maybe that's just me. I hate this little fuzz that shows up. What do you call that? What do you call it? Fun trivia! Yay! Who can tell me the name of patch of skin between your chin and your bottom lip? But yeah, it drives me nuts. So I try and shave there first. Just what he's gonna have done here. Oh no, that's over his actual mouth. We don't... Nobody puts shaving cream on their actual mouth. Alright, let's try to, like... Damn it. This. Get some of that crap he's getting up. Alright. Probably call that. Say it's good enough. Though, clavicles are cool. Let's draw clavicles, man. Clavicles are where it's at. I'm sure it's still part of the chin. Really? Okay. Chin to me is like... I don't know how to describe it now. Never mind, you got me sounding like a fool, so I guess you win. You win this one. Or maybe you only say that because you're actually part dinosaur. This is a pleasant surprise. Cameron! You're a pleasant surprise. I couldn't think of a funny comeback there, so there you go. Anyway, yep, we're doing some doodleage today. Now, it's been at least 3 years. I haven't done this since having my daughter. Alright, just trying to remember how I drew eyes for consistency. Also, he's got like those weird bag things. And that little dash thing that I did down here. So I haven't drawn these characters in freaking forever. Let's make sure that I get those quick before I forget it. Fixin' to make me blush. Golly. Let's try the close one, because, oh my god, I do not remember how I drew eyes. I'm just gonna copy that as close as I can. I didn't get... What the heck is... How did I get preferences? I didn't even hit anything. Alright, so there's just like an extremely large iris, kind of small pupil, line above and below. Alright, that's pretty simple. Alright, and then, if he's obviously looking at himself now that in a mirror, I'm gonna have to, Okay. What a goofy look. Anyway, we're listening to Shin Megami Tensei 5 today, as the second version of the frickin' game just came out, what, yesterday? I think yesterday? Why does that look so horrible on OBS? I'm gonna clean up a line because OBS... Why does OBS look like that? Oh, because it sees the sketch. Maybe that's it. Let me turn the sketch off. No, it still looks super wobbly. What? I don't know what's going on. There must be some visual effect on OBS right now, because what you're seeing is, like, not what I'm drawing. Make it bigger. Full screen. Never mind. Now it doesn't look so bad. So I guess when you minimize OBS, it has some effect. Why is your mic reverbing your voice? Something that somebody should have mentioned like an hour ago. Good question. I don't know. Let me see. How about that? Better? I'm quieter, that's for sure. Why I'm not louder, I don't know. Hopefully you can hear me as well as the music now. Apparently it's the labia mental groove. That sounds like the name of a Xenoblade mini-boss. The labio-mental groove. Watch out, everybody. Here comes my labio-mental groove. Actually, you know, I could just, like, try, like, a bit of a squint. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. The squint of focus. There. Last second personality changed. Actually, that obviously wouldn't be there. It'd be, like, down here. Well, it's in the background. Oh! Question. To nipples or not to nipples? Are those towels? I'm gonna say they're towels, but what's this thing? I drew this sketch years ago. Come on, viewers, you can't be the only one who points out stuff like reverbing mic audio. Better still sound clear as day to me. Good. Because, like, what I'm looking at for my audio levels, it looks like I am quiet as hell. And the game music is super loud. Because the game music right now is at minus 16.5 decibels, and it has ducking on it. And it still looks louder than me. Noticed it, but it wasn't a big deal to me. Okay. Some people are just not audio nerds. Alright, I genuinely don't know what that thing is back there, so I'm gonna assume those are towels. That's my guess. Those are towels. Okay, so towels it is. What is this then? Maybe it's just the middle of the rack. The middle of the towel rack. But then that should... Oh, no, you would actually see that. Okay, so if that's a towel rack, then, I don't know, it's just gonna have a ball. Oh, God, I don't want this right next to his face, but it just kinda has to be there. What's this jam? Sounds like it's from 3. Soundtrack for 3 rocks. Alright, so there's like more lines here. I think it's just towels. Also, I'm gonna go full tilt on crispy nips. I was wondering, because there's... You know what? I think I kind of have to, because, there's a scene later that it would be really awkward if you went back in the book and be like, alright, what's this double standard going on? Like, sometimes nipples exist, others they don't. I think it's a Japanese thing, isn't it? Like, the Japanese are, like, super scared of nipples. Something to do with their censorship laws, I think. Because, like, you'll see, there it is, that's Sweet Metal Riff. Let's see what this one's from. I actually don't recognize it. We're listening to the SMT5 soundtrack. It's called Those with Power. Oh, it's a lead up to Battle Ferocity, which is a boss theme. Yeah, so it's when you're talking to the boss before you fight him. Yeah. Good stuff. Depends on how anatomically accurate you want to be. Well, I think it would just be weird. There's just scenes later where, anyway, I get bothered by that kind of stuff. When shows aren't consistent, or books aren't consistent. Like, isn't it weird in anime when you've got, like, actually, that line should have been there. Not that, though. You got, like, a shirtless guy, and he's just, like, perfectly smooth, alien, no nipple, whatnot going on. And then, like, let me see, just... Say there's, like, some unnecessarily horny episode, and, like, the female characters all have, like, thin shirts or something like that, and you see, like, little nipple bumps in their outfits. I am the weirdo who watches that and goes, but if nipples exist, why didn't the man have some? I don't understand, what the laws are like over there. Why, sometimes they try to cover up the fact that nipples exist, and other times they don't. Yeah, it makes sense if you already have a panel of nips. Yeah. Well, not yet. We'll get there, but yeah. Don't get excited. It's just man nips today. Right, that looks towel-y. Towelish. Yeah, let's have it, like, hang crooked. That's how all my towels hang. Kim gets kind of mad when I draw these random lines, but that actually is the edge of it. Because kids, the fiction was made by men. The fiction. Alright, we're gonna finish this panel and I'm gonna run to the restroom. Which means we're drawing our nips. And I'm gonna have you, full screen nippage. While we wait to get to the next one. Alright, that'll be a good flat one here. Cover that up. Alright, yeah, even do that. Okay. Try and get some of those towel folds. We'll call it there. It's clearly a towel. Alright, are you ready for this? Here we go, everybody! That good enough? Let's do it better. We could do better than that. There. That looks really freaking weird, actually. That looks weird, too. It's all gonna look weird. It's all gonna look weird. Are you happy? Good? Succulents. Alright. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Where's my save button? Do I have a save button on this? Hello, buttons. Bottom one. Alright, cool. You can draw... Mango, yeah, I haven't done this in a very long time. You drool over that man nip right there that I just did, and I will be right back. I'm gonna leave the music on for you guys. I'm just gonna miss out on, what it is, Zen, it's called, and then, Dot Nishi Shinabashi. I'm not gonna be that long. Be right back. Alright, cool. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Boy. Oh man, I missed a lot. Shoot. Yikes. We're already now on a quest. Blindly, it says. Yeah, ever since having his daughter, he hasn't... Don't get too excited. Oh, of the nipple. Yeah, ever since having his daughter, he hasn't been able to work on this graphic novel. Yep, this is chapter 3 of 8. So, yep, once I finally get there, I'll feel... Oh, we weren't actually done. There was going to be like a reflection effect on the whole thing with the lines going over it. Yeah, let's do it so it doesn't look kind of weird. You wash your hands, you know, and you dry them off, and your hands don't get perfectly wet, or like perfectly dry, and then you try and put them on like, you know, a tablet, and move your hand around. That's correct, Cameron. It is called The Book Was Better. Yes, I am very busy. I want to get back into doing this, and I realized the only way I'm going to be able to do it is to start cutting, doing game streams with you guys, and instead just, like, hanging out and getting right back into doing this again. Because otherwise I'm never going to be able to get it done. And I don't want to give up on this project. It means a lot to me. I really like it. Here we go. Putting lines now over the thing we literally just drew. That one looks kind of funky. Okay, now turn the sketch off, see how that looks. Okay, yeah, it's clearly a mirror. It's just like an effect you do. Makes something look like a mirror. Everything else looks to be good enough. Alright, moving on to the next one, panel 2. That took way too long, I'm sorry. I gotta get moving. A bunch of repeating patterns and circles. That sucks. What is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. My mom just now noticing something that's been sitting out near her house for like a year. Thanks, Mom. I do need straight lines here. So honestly, let's do the background first, and then the character second. Am I on? No, it's zoom. Let's make this rotate. Bum, bum, bum. One notch. There you go. Actually, you know, how straight is that? Let's find out. Not too straight, but like... I was gonna say, because if I do this now, everything's off. We don't want that. Let's just rotate back again. Working on a book too, so I feel you, man. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So just like a text book. I've actually been trying to work on another one too. I work on too many projects. Hell, why's the reverb back? What? You serious? Anybody else hear that? I obviously don't hear my own voice, so I don't know what could be the problem. Doodly-doo. Bop. Shibam shabow. Here, how about this? I'm gonna jump to here and then to here. Turn off that. Is it still there? Like, I don't know what else I could possibly do. Other than go to properties. Do that, maybe? It should not have that. There should be no effects on it. Let me know if you still hear it. I think we're gonna have to... Oh! There's this thing you could do, Okay, so you tap, hold... Or you tap a spot somewhere, hold shift, and then tap again. That works! Okay, cool. Tap a spot, hold shift, tap again. Photoshop tricks. I remember them. Ah! My neck. You're good. You're, like, I don't remember. The context gets lost in comments. I don't know if you were trying to say just, like, a general compliment or, like, That doesn't look right, actually. That's too high. Or, like, you're good, like, apologize, like, don't be sorry kind of thing. No. That doesn't look right. That does not look right. Here, let's do the bottom one of the bench. No, that's the bottom row of these. And then we're gonna eyeball the middle for perspective. See how it gets smaller as it goes, by the way? That's just gonna happen just in case you see this. Yep, you do. Man, why was I not doing this earlier? I probably was. Reverb is back. Hey, what? Seems to come back once your voice raises. Ha! Alright. Hold on. Hold on. Alright. I turned off the only filter that was on here. How about now? Hopefully we're good. I don't know what else I could try. Alright, now we're gonna try and get good perspective lines in between here. So we're gonna dot right there. Hold down shift and shkabunk. Worse. Worse? What the hell? We're just gonna have to deal with it for now. I can fix it. Now it sounds like there's two of you? Oh my god. I just wanted to sit down and draw my damn book. Alright. How about, God, what else could I possibly do? Shut myself up. And now I'm back. La 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 la. Maybe. I'm looking at anything else I could possibly do to fix this. How about this? Oh, I have an idea. If that didn't fix it. It's Alright, here. I'm gonna force it to work. And you plug it back in again. There, I'm back. Right? Right? Technical difficulties. Okay. Are we okay now? For crying out loud. I need a new microphone, but I cannot afford one. Can't afford the new Shin Megami Tensei. We would have been playing that today. But, I'm sorry. I don't feel... Like, here. Atlas games drop in price like crazy after they release. Wait like 3 months and this game's gonna be like maybe 40 bucks, maybe 30. And Perfect think that fixed it. It's my microphone. My microphone's just bad. The cable is not good. Anyway, wait a few months, it's gonna be cheaper. And I don't feel bad about that because Atlas was scummy enough to try to repackage some DLC to a game that I already paid for and paid for the DLC and won't let me have an option to just upgrade it. So if they're willing to cheat me, I am perfectly willing to cheat them back. Makes me feel just fine. We're gonna need some vertical lines going through here too. It has been a very long time since I have actually been to a laundromat, which is what we're drawing here. That line's way too freaking thin. We'll make it work. Actually, no. Put it like there. Alright. Yeah, these are really thin. They might not even print. If I go to sketch, yeah, you might not even see that. Whatever, what would be erased? Probably the thin ones. Yeah, probably the thin ones. Just thinking of what would have priority there. Alright. Otherwise, reverb is gone for now. Just need to slightly bump your voice down. I'm not touching it. Well, if it's my voice that's up too high, that means the music is too low. My voice on this is never high enough. So I'm gonna turn the music up. How's that? Let me know how that goes. Because, like, my volume in general has been messed up, and I think it's because of this cord. Anyway, now we're gonna draw some circles. Some goddamn circles, and I'm kind of worried about it. We need, some supports for this bench. I'm gonna assume that's what this is. I don't know what those are. I looked at a reference photo for a laundromat when I did this, but, like, obviously I'm not right now. Pretty good, you say. Alrighty! Well, I'm glad that we spent the last 5 minutes figuring out some technical audio problems. Anyways, I was looking forward, like, thinking, like, okay, what am I even gonna be playing next? Because, like, when I realized I was kind of reaching for streams, you know, like we did a Cookie Cutter, it was a game. You know, but, like, just looking, like, ahead, what are we gonna do? And I was like, yeah, why am I not just working on my comic again? Like, if we have, like, a bit of a dry spell with big games coming out that I really gotta play. Not nitpicking about audio quality, just looking out for the content creator. I appreciate it. No, I did not mean that in a complaining way. I was just like, you know, because otherwise, I am the only person who does this. I don't have, you know, a team of people in the background working their wizardry. There's no way to get feedback, no testing. You know, I just set things up with the way that I think it's gonna work, and I roll with it. I'm gonna leave those blank. Nobody's gonna care. Honestly, I don't even know what they are. They're probably just like individual buttons and stuff. Laundromats suck. You been to a laundromat? They suck. I've only had like 2 experiences with laundromats, and they were both bad. I did never do that again. Nope. I will drive my laundry to my parents' house if I have to. And not because they won't charge me to use their stuff. Even though they probably want to. They're just those kind of people. Alright. Scariest part. Drawing giant freaking circles. What we could do instead to try and cheat this is, use the ellipse tool. But then they're gonna be perfect, and we wanna, like, put them in a skewed angle. Okay. I live next to one. Yeah. So back to the topic of making books. I've actually been working on a project of mine as well. About pets? No, I just like misinterpreting what people say, but still. Book about snakes and birds and bunny rabbits. Oh, hold on. You hold shift again. You can make a perfect circle. Here's my thought. If we can use this to make... How the heck am I going to do this? Oh, idea. Okay, so we're going to paint bucket to get a perfect circle. Now, we're going to select modify contract by 10 pixels. Because that's the width of... No, less than that. Let's probably do like 8. Okay, even that's too much. So let's go to... let's do 5. 5. Perfect. All right, delete. Bam, perfect circle. And now we're gonna modify this shape that I made. Select, modify, expand 6 to make sure I got it. Good, good. Now I'm holding that circle that I made. We're gonna position it just right so that it's skewed in the way we want. So I'm not free drawing a circle. No. Skew. Alright. So line up these things with the shape that we're in. And there you go, man! Perfect! Alright. Now all we gotta do is hope it doesn't look awful. And make an inner one. Enter. Copy. Paste it. Command T this one. Make it smaller. And this one goes inside of it. Slightly cocked to the left. Ba-boom! It's a little jagged, but... yeah, it's a little jagged. I mean, they're shaking. If those snake birds and bunny rabbits also happen to be mutated, or rabid forms of a virus, then yes. Ah, so it's Fallout. Oh. If we merge this down, I don't remember if we lose the layer thing or not. Underlying has a layer mask. If it is preserved, then the mask will... then it will mask the merged results. Apply the mask. Preserve the mask. Okay. So now what I gotta do, switch this over to, I want the polygon lasso tool so we can like very carefully select this. We're gonna make different lines on each one too. I don't want that to all be the same. And now what we're gonna do is take this. See, this isn't drawing at all. This is just understanding how Photoshop works. Alright, so this one. This should honestly just go down below. Oh, well, we gotta re-skew each one of them. Right. Okay, so, this one should be very slightly smaller than that one. About there. About, yeah. Alright. And we're gonna paste again. And, this one's gonna go up here-ish. Yup. Obviously, it's gonna get removed when the mask gets applied again. It's an apocalyptic setting heavily inspired by games like Dead Space, Resident Evil, and Silent Hill, and Alien serves as the core inspiration as well. Alien is amazing. So that sounds awesome. Once again, is it just like texty books? Did I ask you guys, Mango, did I ask you about that? You fixed it, all clear. What's it about? No, I totally missed, I think the reverb screwed up, my question there. Wonder if you guys are writing textbooks or not. The next book I want to do is actually a children's book. And, I've had the idea for it for a long time. I've had notes on it. But writing and illustrating a children's book is actually far more complicated than most people would assume. Especially considering what I want to do. It's a text-based story, yes. Okay, cool. You know what? What I should do. Image, edit, transform, flip vertical. Yeah, there we go. Now it's right. Okay, now we're gonna copy this one. Because we want it to be a different orientation. This one's gonna go... Here's how to tell. Use these guides. Okay, it really wants it there, so instead I gotta move it like a few this way. So, yeah, there we go. So that's done. This one's gonna go here. And it's also gonna be slightly smaller than the others. And that was a lot less painful than it had to be. Hold on. It should be even smaller than that. That doesn't look right. Something looks wrong there. Okay, here. It should be that wide. About that wide. so slightly bigger. Bam. Let's get rid of our guides. We don't want that. I know, because there was a lot of illustrations you needed to draw in children's books. Yeah, well, also, the way that their brains work and the way that they process information on top of, like, what makes them like things is very different to what we do. It's extremely easy to write something for your own audience, right? Like, your target audience is, like, you fall into that bracket. Writing something where you're outside of that, it's a lot harder than you think it is. As for what it's about, believe it or not, it sort of serves as a clever autobiography of my life, and a story about family survival and living life to the fullest. That is the best way to write something, man, where you have to figure out, let's merge these, a way to tell it so even if it's a foreign concept to you, as in like a fantasy story, you completely relate to its characters or its world in some way that is going to keep it consistent and feeling very real. Why not? This is just bothering me knowing that it's out there, so let's just delete those. And I think we're set. I wish I could smooth it somehow. I think you can. Let's see, I think I gotta select it first. So let's select all of the... Oh, come on now. Oh, right. Like that. Select them all. Unfortunately, I'm not getting the first one we made. But if we go to select, modify, smooth, and tell it by, like, 2 pixel smooth, we might have fixed it. What if I do a paint bucket and just, like, splat everywhere? That did not fix the problem at all. You know, it's really not a big deal. This is pretty small. No one's going to get that close to the thing anyway. So, let's tell this to merge down. We're happy with our circles. Yep. We're going to preserve. So we still have that. Yeah, we're good to go. As for what it's about, believe it or not, it's sort of serves a... I read that already. Haha. I decided to write the characters, the details, log entries written by the protagonist and antagonist, even the antagonist. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. So yeah, kind of like found, like audio logs of, I'm imagining somebody, kind of like, what were the Alien films where they, well, film. I don't think they ever made another one of them, where they went, try to Prometheus, right? Where they went back and tried to retell the whole damn story by, like, having people discover, basically discover that old, ship, stuff about it. Like, I honestly didn't know I was watching an Alien film until, like, towards the end of the movie. Like, I had suspicions. I watched it in theaters, so that's why that would have happened, by the way. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, like, telling a story about, like, trying to find vlogs and stuff, which honestly, if we're still in the Alien universe, I think Alien Isolation did pretty well. That game gets me super nauseous to play, which sucks, because it's a really good game. Yeah. But, the issue I was having, it's a very challenging book for my children's story. I never got, like, a great title for it, but, it was maybe if I did okay, the first in a series where, it teaches kids about extremely complex ideas, but it's told in a way that they understand, and it's like a game. And what it was gonna be was about racing, like 2 kids racing and saying that, oh, I'm faster than you, I'm as fast as this. And then they keep, like, saying, oh, I'm as fast as a car. I can run, I can, yeah, but I can, and they keep exaggerating, but in the book that you can watch them actually doing it. I'm as fast as a jet plane. You know, I'm as fast as lightning. And then, like, as it's happening, it has, like, a little bit of, like, bouncy Dr. Seuss, like, talking to it. So, like, that really helps kids understand and like listen to what they're talking about, like what you're saying. And then it keeps going from there. Like, oh yeah, well I'm faster than, well, what did it say, like whatever, just light eventually is the end game, getting to that. What's faster than light? And watching what happens, like science-wise, you're actually seeing like kids in their language understanding what happens when they reach the speed of light, and then when the other one watching them sees what happens, and how like basically teaching them the theory of general relativity to like a 2-year-old, but in a way that they understand it and they can see how it's really fun and interesting. And then like the very end, they have to like get back home because it's dinner time. I have like full notes on it. It's been a while since I've gotten into it, but that was the idea. Basically, like getting like a little race. You can do it in like short little blurbs. I just hate that so many kids' books, they assume that kids are idiots. You know, like clearly I've been reading a lot of them with my daughter, and going through them, I pick out the stuff that I think she can learn something from, and there's not many. And it's not just because like I want her to be smart. There's a lot of stuff that she is picking up and she wants to read. Like, no kidding, a book from the library that she sleeps with in her bed right now is an encyclopedia. Okay, this is not just because I asked her to. She sought that out because she's I want a book about everything. I'm like, okay, I showed her. It was a children's encyclopedia at the library. I brought it to her, and she's like, whoa! And well, her favorite segment in that is on human anatomy. Yes, and she loves learning about different parts of the body, how the body works. She's very inquisitive. Kids are very smart, and they want to learn about stuff. They don't want to be babied all the time. Some kids, of course, do, but like they grow out of that. You know, they don't want that forever. Honestly, if you can get them curious about big stuff when they're young, that's how you make a scientist. That's how you make a positive role model in society, or an inquisitive someone who's going to come up with the new battery that's going to change the world, or an engineer that's going to find some clever way to recreate something that we haven't even thought of yet. That creativity only happens when you're very young. And if you stifle it by making a bunch of stupid kids material, you're never going to get anywhere. They gotta think. Let them think. Alright, dropped some luggage. This character is just visiting a laundromat. Washing clothes. Ow! My neck hurts so much. I admire that. And you can see why it's tough, though. I think the characters, like, one was, they're like dinosaurs. Cute, short little dinosaurs, big heads, colorful. Hate to bring it back up, but now the music's overpowering you a tad. I had a feeling that was going to happen because we just hit, one of the boss themes. I have ducking on, but it might have shut off since I was screwing with everything. Whatever. Alright, so this looks like it's one of those mesh segments of luggage. I don't really like that line. Just had to deal with lots of luggage myself. Though it kind of worked out. Kim is such a not control freak, that's not the right word. She needs to understand and organize all sorts of things. So she did a lot for planning the whole trip, and then like even packing and unpacking. Like she's got like notes saying exactly what we brought, where everything went, what needs to come back again. Yeah, no problems, except one stupid problem. So we get down to the place, unpacking all of our stuff, and I'm like, where's my underwear? I laid all of my clothes out that I needed on the bed, and she organized it in such a way that everything made perfect sense. We get there, my underwear is just gone. No idea where it is. So I spent the entire trip with 2 pairs of underwear until the last day when we're repacking everything, and she found inside of like one of these, not a mesh little hidden compartments, was all of my underwear. So that sucked. But at least we found it. I'm guessing this is like a flip-flop or something, so let's just assume it is and move on. Yep, just kind of loosely sketchy etching it. I don't know what else could even possibly in here. Kim's gonna have to figure that out later. Maybe like toiletry products, things like that. It's just some smaller. Something tells me Clover's gonna be smarter than most of us here years from now. Maybe. If she's this young and she already just wants to read encyclopedias. Oh my god, like she wants to read, like, when she discovers these books at the library, you know, as a kid would. They get excited about something, they want to see it then. We go sit down at one of the tables, and it's after, like, a kid's story time, so there's other parents there with their kids and whatnot. And I'm sitting next to parents who are reading to, like, 6-year-olds, and they're reading, like, the dumbest stuff. Like, the babying the kids thing. Like, no point to the story, nothing's learned, it's just like have a kid and start reading some children's books and you'll know what I'm talking about. It's hard to describe what those books are. They're just nothing books, you know. Not even like teaching how to read. You know, just like, I don't know. Not even like popular characters on TV. Because that'd be another thing I would understand, you know, like the book's lousy just because it's not designed to be a book, it's designed to be a TV show, you know, like Paw Patrol, man, freaking Paw Patrol. Can't be a parent and avoid Paw Patrol. So, I'll do that. But, actually, let's make this like a pouch, it's just not filled. But yeah, like, I'm sitting across from this woman reading to her son who is twice my daughter's age. He's reading, like, this... She is reading to him. This nonsense, like, not even like an ABC's book. It was just... I don't remember. I don't pay attention. There was nothing to it. And then my daughter is like, what's that? What's that do? And we're reading an encyclopedia, and there's, like, a whole picture of, like, the digestive system of the human body. And I'm like... well, that's your liver. And then we're talking about, like, every organ. And, oh, that, your lungs. Like, that's right. And she, like, shows how to use everything. She talks about, like, how everything works in her body. She likes to go, like, we turn to the skeleton page. Oh, those are your bones. And she'll point, feel where her bones are. There's your small ones. Like, and my teeth. Well, that's right. Your teeth are bones, too. Yeah, I heard most kids' books aren't as educational as they should be. They're not educational at all. Like, there's nothing in it. It's just, like, I don't understand how some of the big names, like, even got there. They're just garbage. Absolute garbage. So that's why I kind of felt inclined to make my own. Not just because of her. That was more of like a pleasant surprise that my daughter, well... happens to want to learn so much more. I don't know what this thing is. It's got a lump in it. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, she, oh, she even has this book. Oh my god. We were at, a Sam's Club. And they always got, like, random books, like, on, like, marked down there. And they had a ton of, this big, how do I describe this? How do I describe this book? Okay. almost like a physical box, okay? And you would turn the cardboard pages. They're all hard pages. And with the page in the center, there is a cutout of, like, physical human body parts, right? So you look at the front cover and all of it's overlaid on top of each other with, like, clear plastic. And you turn the first page and, like, the bones move, right? And then it talks about the skeleton. Next one, then, like, the organs come out. Talk about that, or talk about the muscles, whatever. She loved that thing. And it costs too much even for Markdown there. And she got lucky and at a half-price bookstore happened to find it for even cheaper. So, she got that and she loves it. It's called her Body Book. The Body Book. Gotta learn all about anatomy. Luckily, I can answer her questions. Most parents can't even do that. Maybe that's why they perpetuate the nonsense stuff. Parents really want to have the dumb... They don't want to have a dumb kid, but they want to know that what they read to their child is something that's at the level that they want their child to be. They want to be able to baby their kid. You know, some parents do. That may be what it is. I'm not sure. Yeah. But yeah, I am not going to baby my daughter. No. My mother, for example, she treats Clover like she is 1. Well, she probably treats her the way that she treats any other 3-year-old. With lots of like, oh, that's good. Do you like pizza? Oh, do you like pizza? What's your favorite color? Yellow? You like yellow? That kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, she's... I talk to Clover like she's an adult, you know? I'm not, like, trying to rob her of any childhood or anything, but, like, what kind of childhood is being babied like that? You know, she has actual questions, and she wants to learn about things. She asks, like, a question about, like, why the moon changes. You know, and I get out a globe, and I hold one of her balloons up in one spot, you know, and, like, or like, first we start with, like, day and night. How, like, the balloon, like, okay, the balloon is the sun, and I rotate the globe, like, this is where we live. See how we turn the earth, and it looks like the sun's moving. I explain all that stuff to her. You know, I'm even bothered, this is irrational parent, but I'm even bothered, having her go through the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, because to me, it is just a song about scientific ignorance. And I hate that. You know, it's like, come on. We know, it's a song about not knowing what a star is, when you should know that. That should be common knowledge. Should be. But, yeah. Anyway, she really likes the song, though, so I let her sing it, but she likes it because it's the ABC's song. And she's like so happy that she was clever enough to figure that out. It's the same song. So now she likes to interweave them. You know, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. How I wonder what you are. Yeah, too many parents try to be their kid's best friend. Yeah, that is not a healthy thing to do. All right, we're gonna start erasing from here so I can even see what's going on. I'm gonna draw the characters sitting here now. In the script, I think I wrote to also show her reflection. Probably here. Yeah, I'll do it. I was gonna say, like, that's a little much, but we'll do it. Oh, yeah, you wouldn't see any of this. Sahori is this one. That was a weird, what do we say, like, plot thread that happened in SMT5. Really strange. I'm not quite erasing all of it, because we don't know how much we're gonna need to save. She's already pulling her dad's humor. Oh, yeah. Dad likes to cross the streams. ironically, I say that because the message that I just got saying my mom's not paying attention to her own backyard. There's somebody nearby who owns a Ghostbusters car, fully decked out and everything. It's pretty cool. But they have it parked in their front yard. Well, not like in the yard, but in the driveway. And my parents could not have possibly missed it. It is at the intersection that leads into their neighborhood, not mine. And she just texted me, or texted the entire group, because my mom figured out what a group text was. Ugh. Anyway, actually, we might not. That arm's gonna have to be exactly where it is, because this just goes straight through. Yeah, let's just erase. This is just unfortunate placement. But anyway, she just texted us saying like, oh, you should all see this Ghostbusters car. Yes, Mom, it's been there for like a year. Maybe more. Yeah, I really don't like... you see how these lines got jerky for some reason? You know, let's just say that that's the spin cycles or the whole machine's like kind of rumbling around. You know, you're not getting a perfect circle. You're a wonderful father. You say that, but you ain't my child. I don't know yet what I have messed up. That's what I'm worried about. Especially now knowing that I'm autistic. What do I not perceive that I'm screwing up? Kim has stopped me a couple times. She said, "Oh, you're yelling at Clover." She's trying to get her away from me. And like something with my condition, I cannot how do I say this? I have no perception whatsoever with how I am saying something. So if I'm frustrated and I'm like yelling, I don't know that I'm doing that. Not even my mother is that daft. Yeah. I could go on, but I'd rather not. Anyway, let's try and draw some hair here. This is Ashlyn. If you guys remember previously. I don't know how I actually... I'm gonna try and be pretty faithful to the sketch because I haven't drawn these characters in a really long time. And of course her face isn't shown here, meaning it's gonna be here. Is that wet hair from like a shower? I'm gonna assume... So I don't know where she would have done it. Nah, let's just clean it up. Kind of weird shapes going on, but yeah, like what is that? What is that? So this area theme was better. The game's music got better as it went. That still looks really strange. Like there should be one going this way. Through them. Nobody's hair doesn't do this. Crisscrosses itself. Hair can be a pain to draw. It also can be a pain in general. That's why my head's got less of it on it. Well, you know, not on my face, but you know what I mean. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's try and make this look like it's actually like laying on a shoulder. Kinda like that? Yeah. Better, I guess. That's too long. I had trouble deciphering emotional tones too. Oh yeah, I can't do it, like at all. Clover, when she was younger, she would watch like some stuff on like YouTube Kids, right? And they would show like I think they're even Korean, whatever the heck they were, but it's like, find the happy child, and it shows like 12 kids, you know, and they all have like different facial expressions. They're all acting a little different. And she would get it right away. And I would look at it like, that's not right. No, but I would actually get them wrong. Like, they were made for, obviously, like, a 1-year-old, and I couldn't do it. I was realizing then, like, okay, this is way more serious than I thought. Like, I cannot do this. I had to train myself to identify and read into facial expressions, tones of voice, and even body language. I mean, like, because I was never clued in to me having this condition until 2020. So I never had that. So I just lived my whole life assuming I could tell, and I couldn't. One of them I used to be in a relationship with, broke up with because wait, did I miss something? Oh, I have friends who are autistic. Okay, sorry, missed that comment. Because we needed to work on our independence, we're still friends and we're still in contact. We can be difficult. We can be difficult. Though, the trick most of the time is an understanding that when you're having disagreements and problems with people with autism, normally, they're not trying to push you away. They don't, they're trying to speak normally, but their casual, laid-back conversation, if they're comfortable with you and around you, is going to sound occasionally aggressive. It's going to sound insensitive sometimes, because maybe they're just trying to make a joke and it's just not funny. There's an actual literal joke sensor in your brain that, like, tells your brain when something is supposed to be funny and, like, how to react to it. And, it behaves differently with the autistic. Oh, that's too far in. I say, I don't look right. It's out here. The problem with identifying for us is we either constantly overthink and second-guess ourselves, or legitimately are just unable to read something nonverbal. Right. And then just, in my case, because I didn't know, like, that I even had an issue at all, I would just act normally, and without realizing it, I was, like, pushing friends away. People didn't want to communicate with me anymore. Oh, it was terrible, man. Like, I still have people who I thought were, like, my best friends who, like, refuse to speak with me anymore. Like, from 2nd grade. Okay, I've known these people forever. Person, really. Then the 2nd grade one is person, but still. But that stinks. And, like, you won't even listen now that, like, I know what the problem was. Yeah, that sucks. I don't know if there's anything kind of... messed up with this. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, oof. Big problem for me too, lost friends because of inability to properly empathize. Yeah. And not empathize in like, oh, I understand how you're feeling. It's more like completely not understanding what they were going through and or like how to communicate properly with them. Should come from here. What is this? Quest Surreal. It's cool. So sorry for it. Don't worry about it. Not your fault. Not your fault. If it's anybody's fault, it's my parents. For not caring. Hold on. I thought this had sleeves. I was drawing sleeves over here, so well, I guess there's no sleeves to this. This is supposed to be like an undershirt. Whoops. Let's undo that. It didn't happen. I wasn't holding the pen right. Excuses, excuses. Now this I remember. Oh, Quest Suspicious. Okay. I was gonna say I remember hearing this one. It was a mix of both. Their cues went over my head, and I didn't I didn't go through what they did. Man, I gotta get rid of that stupid heart once and for all. If I could just... I found a way to remove it, but it was only a temporary fix. We're just gonna have to erase from there. Oh god, but it's so close. It's so small. Nobody is gonna see that. A good rule of thumb in Photoshop, if you zoom in and you can see pixels, you're in too far. Back up. Just back up. I see. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of over and done with for me. Like, whatever. Plus, like, I am totally happy with being a dad. He gets to take care of a wonderful baby girl. Let's make, like, a bit more of an elbow. Okay, I'm gonna straighten that up a little bit. That'll droll. So the reason that there's no ads on these streams, by the way, is because I'm playing game music. And right now it's Atlas, too, and they're notorious for taking stuff down. I want to make sure that they don't take any of these down or, like, interrupt my stream or anything like that. Alright. I'll live with that. Glad to finally get back into this. Like, I have been disappointed that I was kind of letting this rot. This book. I mean, reason being was the baby. Like, I had so much going on and I just couldn't do it. I mean, like, it wasn't really the fact that, like, the Kickstarter didn't go through. The Kickstarter was just to print the first chapter and, like, help support make the rest of it. And the Kickstarter was so close. It got close to its goal, but it didn't make it. Okay, I missed a bunch here. Even just recently, my friend group outcasted me because of how I acted after my ex dumped me. I mean, I get that, not, like, that's a very emotional thing, and then, like, not knowing how to, yeah, act in an emotional situation. Yeah, I could see that being problematic. The problem wasn't even with all of them, it was between me and one other friend. Oh, because that friend dated my ex before I got with her. Oh! Well, that, yeah, okay. That, okay. So it was people choosing sides. That's some high school drama BS. This really should be going out that way. Alright. Looks like you don't see the bottom of the leg here, so let's just... Look at me looking out for myself, hiding the hands. Alright. I think that's gonna be good enough. No, wait a minute. It's gonna say, I don't see it because the sketch is on, but we should clean up those lines if there's anywhere that I didn't do it. Also, there's gonna be little mistakes all over. See, like, how jagged that circle looks now? It's clearly not something that I just drew. Okay, I'm not seeing any issues for the most part. Let's try and make a reflection. Yikes. I have not drawn this character in years. What angle would we even have? Like... That's about right, actually, yeah. And then... I forgot how the freaking front looks. Of the hair. I've got something I can pull up here. Hold on. Let me, oh, hold on. We have another page. I need the front of your face. Give me the front of your face. Oh, yeah, there's dialogue up there. So, let's zoom in. Okay. Good. So yeah, I'm drawing it the wrong direction because it's not supposed to go that way. Dot under the left eye too. All right. I'm gonna forget these things. You know, just be safe. Let's actually sketch it first before I screw this whole thing up. So like heads here. Probably should be a little forward. Right there. She essentially rebounded with me and it wasn't entirely her fault, practically enabled. I think we spoke about this before. But I know she was going after him even though he was already with someone. Man, people. So my paranoia, due to prior experience being taken advantage of, I'm not going to accuse him of cheating on his current girlfriend with her without really thinking. Oh. Yeah. That's some. Wait, does it come from this? That continues. Really don't see too much, but the eye line, let's see here. Be like here. I wonder what kind of face I'm doing here. Obviously, that's like I'm dreading being here. Try something a little more, a little less frustrated. That looks messed up. Maybe. Maybe this eye's now in the wrong spot. That's better. I will work with that. It's positioning at least. Man, I do not feel well. Ugh. I'm kind of sick today, honestly. I think that's what it is. It's coming back from vacation, having no allergy problems, and then like, bam, I'm just thrown right back into this place where my allergies are to the max. Ugh. Wait a minute. This is backwards. This is backwards. Yeah, I drew this all backwards. Oh my god. Luckily, those lines are super jagged anyway. I was just looking at it like, is it right? This should be coming this way. Which means that hair is going the wrong direction. Oh my god. I'll fix it. This is one of my favorite boss themes in the game. How did it work? Okay, so yeah, that is supposed to be there. It's character has super weird hair. Thing about that though, it's about a year ago, is still reeling in the sense of the stage to stop him. Displayed rebound behavior, which I'm sure didn't help either. Yeah. There. That's the direction it's supposed to be. And now, I've been, I think, erasing like there. Alright, let's try this again. Man, today in reflections. Didn't realize I'd have to draw so much of that. Oops. This is kind of small, so I guess I will zoom in. But because it's small, we really shouldn't be worrying too much about how it looks. Thing is, like, this is where people are going to be looking, like an actual focal point, so I should probably make it look not so awful. Even though I can't even apologize, I didn't really stop him from ghosting me or proceeding to turn the whole friend group on me. He's telling me I'm the immature one in the situation. Yeah. And you know, like, in some ways, you gotta admit, like, when, even though they're obviously in the wrong for the way that they're treating you and kind of taking advantage of the situation, like, if you, like, just kind of accept, like, alright, it's just the way it ended. I messed up, they messed up, whatever. Be done with it. Are there lines in the hair too? Yes. Also, that reflection needs to come over her head. This feels really large to be drawing with the size of a brush, but I don't want to make it smaller. Sorry, I'm kind of focusing on this one. Once again, like, the focal point, you really should be paying attention. Eyes are pretty important. It's where most people look. And draw the edge of the face, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna say it's good enough. Turn up the sketch. It's kind of globby, but honestly, like, it's that small, you know? Oh, shoot! Well, if that's reflecting, the rest of this is. Oh, no. But isn't that full of clothes? Yeah, that's the one spinning that's full of clothes. So... Oh, shoot. Oh, that sounds so complicated. Yeah, it goes to show this still a little bit, Oh, no, don't worry about it, Cameron. Yeah, it goes to show this still a bit stern about reading nonverbal. Yeah. There was probably a lot going on that you never picked up on. And a lot that, you know, to their fault, they weren't, if they were aware of your condition, then they weren't letting you in on what was actually happening. And that's a bunch of poop salad. Yeah. Yeah, thumbs up. What, did I now have to somehow... I think I'm just going to draw the clothes spinning. I don't know, because... Oh, that sounds like so... That sounds so hard to do, to get, like, the reflection and all the clothes spinning in here at the same time. If I, like, show this one's got, like, a light or a button that's lit, and then we just... I don't want to scribble. God, I don't want to scribble, but... How am I supposed to draw clothes tumbling in a washing machine? Artist struggles. Yeah. This didn't occur to me when I was doing this. Like, oh yeah, well there should be a reflection. And then down here, like, oh crap, there's a reflection. Oh no. Actually, what does that look like without the sketch? Okay, so... honestly, we just like a little bit more of like some... I'd say like some bits of clothes. No, they weren't. The response to it was to try and phase me out. Well, that's what my air quotes friend group did as well. But they didn't know anything about my situation. So, might have just been the logical thing for them, assuming, you know, I was just a toxic individual. Now it's just the way that I acted. Now, though it was actually them just misinterpreting what I was trying to do. Though, honestly, I don't even know what the problem was in my situation. Okay, so... tumble dryer, things are going. A color's gonna help that a ton, just swirling the heck out of it. But now I feel like I gotta, like, sketch the front of this, and I didn't want to do that. I'm gonna go to the restroom again. Whenever I'm sick, I gotta pee constantly, so... sorry about that. Listening to Looming Threat. Here's that. Set of eyes. Oh, it's a good one! Battle Seeker. Yeah! Sounds like it's from 4. That is to say, it sounds amazing. So, oh, even when I figured something was wrong, it still wouldn't give me a clear answer when I demanded it. Oh, same here. Yeah, same here. Okay, no more of this never talk. Yep, so, new topic. I got one for you. I got a question. Almost every time before I get sick. Well, one, because I'm just saying I have to run to the bathroom a lot. But this is a strange thing. I've never met anybody else who does this. Before I get sick, I get this really weird, tickling, tingling feeling right here under my chin. And it's, not on the surface. It's inside, as if it's, like, around my esophagus. Like, right there. And, like, a little bit at the tip of my chin, too. Like, there's something... Imagine, like, little, like, mites or something under the skin, like, kind of moving around and tickling. Like, something doesn't feel right. Oh, God. So just to figure out where... Oh, nice chin. Figure out where things should be. Just so I can, like, try to figure out where this reflection has to be. I get that too, like a tingly, almost dry and scratchy feeling. If it's... I wouldn't use scratchy unless it's, like, someone very gently with, like, their fingernails, like, rubbing against your skin. Not scratching with them, but just, like, you just notice it. I don't know what that is. And I don't know what causes it. Arms probably would be, like... There I go, avoiding the hands. Of course, this is what's in the reflection. Arms in the foreground. Trying to stay in level with the rest of it. Bum, 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 bum. Sounds like a weird, remix from the first game? Maybe 3. Oh, God, that was, Jack Frost. I love the way they make him talk. That's your lymph nodes swelling. Oh, an actual response that explains this thing that's bothered me my whole life and everyone told me I was crazy. That's your lymph nodes swelling. They help fight off viruses. Ah, I have the same sensation, but my throat always feels like it's insanely dry before I get sick. I don't have that. Like, I haven't drank water in days. Yeah, no, I don't have that at all. I definitely have, the lymph node thing. You know, I'm gonna open a tab really quick. And, like, get a visual on exactly where this is in my head. Yes, I think. Another thing is, like, I had my tonsils removed. So, since then I've had this where I can always tell that I'm getting sick. Getting a lot of pelvic images here. Good thing I'm not, like, broadcasting this. Or playing the Google game. Considered streaming that? No, I correctly decided not to do that. Alright. This is gonna be a loose, pretty loose sketch. Just gonna try to... Oh, just realized, speaking of now having to draw the chest, I didn't over here. What is this? Quest fertility. Like a Ishtar? Does Ishtar have a quest? Ishtar just showed up in where I'm at Smut 2. That game is good. As previously mentioned. Alright, no, we want some thin lines here. Dum 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 dum. Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna try and make it where it's like kind of hard to discern like what's what in here. Oh boy, why did I have to draw it like this? You still have your tonsils. So this is new to me. Pretty sure it's just a lymph node response. It's pretty severe for me though. Like it's a constant thing all day, like before it happens. Mine like go into overdrive. Alright, so hopefully in this squiggly mess, it's clear that it's still a reflection. Yeah, I'm gonna say so. Okay, good. This is working. Kim is gonna be so mad when she has to ink, or not ink, I'm inking it. Put color to this. Maybe this will just be over top of the other one. It's like impossible now to erase lines that I changed my mind on, and now I can't tell which one's which. Oh god. Oh god. I should have done this in multiple layers. It's a mess. No, that's not quite the line you do with your... No. Better. It's still... This is a mess. This is an absolute mess. This is making my eyes water. Yeah, this is, God. Trying to identify, like, what's what in here and still make it look like the reflection of somebody waiting for their clothes to get dry. Oh my god. Not any particular reason why this was where I stopped. By the way, this actually just happens to be the beginning of a new chapter in the book. And, I wasn't, like, calling it quits or anything. I was just like, okay, good. A good stopping point. I'll just start playing the next thing, whatever that happened to be. Who knows? And then, daughter born, that is an extremely wide hip. That is totally not right. Her butt's not that giant. Look at it, like, normal person over here. Its knees coming together. It's like, that's the edge right here. These are knees. I'm trying to make them knees. Crap, so if that's the edge of... Oh god, I cannot wait to get to the next panel! I remember hearing this a lot. What is this from? Fairy Village. Yeah. I should have guessed. Should have guessed. Was gonna guess that. Alright, this is way too wide. I have to move this. Just way too wide. Ignore the frickin' sketch shows. It's not right. Better. Oh god, it's so hard to see. What's what right here? Because that's supposed to be like soap or something. God, I don't know. Alright, that's good enough, right? That's good enough. Looks so messy. That's what it would freaking look like, though. Okay. Done. Moving on. Getting dressed. Okay. This shouldn't be too tough. Shouldn't be too tough. Finally moving on. In fact, not that far in. Also been playing Darksiders on apocalyptic difficulty. Ooh, taking hit is mighty painful. I have not played any Darksiders at all. In fact, when you said that, the first thing my brain went to was like Darkstalkers? No, obviously not. That's an old fighting game. They still making any of those? I assume not. They're okay. I don't really know much about fighting games. I'm pretty bad at them. Where'd spacebar go? Completely forgot. So I had hair on arms. Did we have a rule for, like, hair on... Hold on. I don't know. Did I have a rule for hair? JPEG, no. Cover promo art. Maybe that's it. Outfits. Here we go. All right, so I have like a back of this guy. Here it is. All right, so nope, I never drew hair back there. Probably should. Anyway, this clearly chapter 5. They're gonna go to the beach at one point. Okay, so that's strange. It's really strange. But all right, it's the way that it goes. All right, let's get it nice up and close in this man's underpants. We don't need to be that close. Good enough. I'm startled to learn that, like, males actually still wear tighty-whities. It's like, God. I don't think I've been, succumbed to that misery since I was, like 3rd grade or something. Like, people actually wear those on purpose. Like, the most uncomfortable feeling. I'm actually so used to the combat in the first Darksiders, I forget I'm on the difficulty until somebody pokes me. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's like playing, one of the Metroid games on, their crazy new hard modes that, Mercury Steam has created for it. It's like playing, Fusion hard mode on Samus Returns. Yeah, not realizing, or not like paying attention, and then all of a sudden somebody hits me and I'm like almost dead. Like, whoa! And then of course in Dread they decided to go one step further. Anybody touches you, game over. It's interesting because it like changes up what's scary in the game. I feel like there should be airbag here, but I'm not looking at other guys again to find out. His neck's clearly not as screwed up as mine right now. Here's your deltoid. Have a nice deltoid. Isn't that just a fun word? Aren't you happy you have a part of your body called a deltoid? What is this? Tau. Yeah. Her role was a little too obvious, in my opinion. Like, I think I said in the very opening cutscene, like, oh, hey, look! It's the obligatory Megami who's gonna get Tensei'd. Meaning, you are the goddess who is going to get reincarnated. Not much of a spoiler. If you know anything about how SMT works, you really should have seen that coming. And it's going to be more stressful on Darksiders 2. Combat is a bit more hectic and overwhelming at times. Remind me what the gameplay is like in that. I'm blanking. Let's not screw up yet another hand today. Keep that just to 1 screw up a day, please. Trying to minimize all these little mistakes I'm leaving everywhere. I know the first chapter has lots of these. Like, the inking is just goofed. It's not a big deal, but bothers me. Loved Ginza. Honestly, wrists are a bigger problem than hands, man. The reason your hands look bad is usually because your wrist is messed up. First 2 games draw heavily on Zelda, mostly with puzzle solving and acquiring new tools in upcoming dungeons. Like, top-down Zelda or, like, 3D Zelda? I don't think you realize how little I remember here. Like, next to nothing. Ah! Gotta look this way. I can't look left. Gotta move this a bit. Kind of force myself to look to the right. Yeah, sure. Put those in. Shoulders. 3D Zelda. Yeah, lots of games tried to do 3D Zelda. Lots. Alright, we're gonna, I don't think most I don't know. Most guys have hair going all the way up their arm like that, but whoops. The sketch I had, I kind of removed some of them like this and erased through it. So it's like hatched lines. Would that look better up here? Kind of. But then I'd have to go through those. Looks kind of like a mistake, doesn't it? No, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. Okay. Yeah, that we can live with it. Good enough. All right. Just a quick, cheap way to get that to work. Combat is almost its own thing. Tight and responsive, though a little forgiving. It's good to hear you're trying new stuff. It's something I could never get the Monster Hunter community to do. Which, Wilds looks pretty good. Made a little video on that while I was on my trip. Looks pretty good. And of course, like, even just saying that, I'm gonna have some people who were like mad. Like, oh, I didn't like Rise. I'm not allowed to like any Monster Hunter game for the end till the end of time. Like, okay. Alright. People are weird. Like, I actually got a comment on one of the Pokemon, what was it, Pokemon review I did of Gen 1. And someone was genuinely mad, saying, I remembered 3 years ago you made a video, it said, I'm probably done with Pokemon and not gonna make, not looking back. And here you are, making a video about Pokemon. And I was like, alright, Hotshot. Where are the new Pokemon videos that you're talking about? This is a review on a Game Boy game. Get out of town. Like, come on. What? What? Oh, God. At times you deal with a small group of enemies that comes to you in waves, other times you're swarmed by baddies and then mix small and bigger enemies at once. I'd have to look and get more detailed imagery to know if it's something I'd be into. can usually tell at a glance anymore. After beating SMT2, I was planning on trying to complete Bloodborne finally. I'm still not even sure like where to begin getting back into it. Like, I want to keep my character. I don't know how far through the game I actually am, but far enough that I'd be kind of upset having to do it all over again, which, like, it's not a really good sign of a good game. You know, when I'm like, I really don't want to have to do that again. You know you're playing, like, an outstanding game when a boss kills you or something like that, and you're like, yes, I get to do that again. Which happens. I'm not saying that sarcastically. That does happen. I can show you some images on Discord. I'll just look it up later. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm really gonna be just straight up copying what the old sketch did for hair. So I haven't drawn in this book from forever. This guy's a slob. Alright. There you go, Mr. Slob. Edge of the eye. Cheekbone. And then we got the fuzz. Which should continue a little down here. Would you have a nose at that angle? Maybe. I'll just do that. Probably like that. That's about all you get. No, none of that. All right. So, now we're just drawing background stuff. Let's take care of, I was gonna say this corner first, because I'm probably gonna forget it, but I don't really know what I'm looking at. Okay, it's pants. Okay, this is pants. Probably like the top of a shirt. Some bosses in Bloodborne, they give me that response, even though they also frustrated me. Yeah, I feel like it was made to just be arbitrarily hard, whereas, like, Dark Souls, I feel like, was just genuinely difficult. In terms of how it was designed, and that kind of disappointed me. Like, for example, making it so that the lantern things don't heal you, but warping from one back to the hunter's dream or whatever, and then going back to where you were before, that does heal you. That's just stupid. That's a time tax. Like, that doesn't make the game harder. It just, like, adds tedium. That's awful. It should have just done that. Like, if they're gonna make a remaster of Bloodborne, like people have been begging for, like, ever since the game came out, they have to fix that. Like, that's awful. I'm surprised that people are actually, like, okay with that. I don't know what these lines are. Some sort of pants. I'm gonna assume that's the edge of one. This is a new one. Alright. So I felt too. Both Bloodborne and Dark Souls 2 feel like they were made way too hard for the sake of hard. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, like, Dark Souls 2, I still feel it's a little bit better. Which is, I know, not at all a popular opinion, but... Like, I appreciated artistically what was going on in Dark Souls 2. Or like, oh, that's a really clever idea, it's just not done really well. You know, that kind of thing, you know. That's a really clever idea. I wish it was done better. That kind of stuff. And then, like, Dark Souls 3 goes right back to trying to be safe and not trying to do clever stuff because they didn't all work on the first try, which they never do. Man, that's a Capcom thing to do. That's a Game Freak thing to do. It's still a good game because it's, you know, using Dark Souls 1 as a framework. Pretty hard to screw that up. But, I mean, we're talking about 2 screw-ups there. Yeah. Nah, I wouldn't call them a screw-up. Bloodborne is a good game. It's just... I was really getting tired of it disrespecting my time. When I already don't have a lot of time to play games to begin with. Yeah, that's really the crux of the problem here. Forget this one. The World of Shadows. Oh, is it a full moon? Yeah. I think it's the full moon. Glittering light or the shadow of death. So it's probably a full moon or a new moon, is what this is. I'm excited to see the end of SMT2. I am super close to the end, I believe, on the neutral path, luckily. I had a big scare that I wasn't on the neutral path at one point, and I got reassured later when they actually gave me an option. I thought that, you know, maybe killing God would have been a point towards making me a chaos character, or like just lock off the law option entirely, but nope. Apparently killing a facet of Yahweh had nothing to do with that. They're all just like, oh, you killed him, alright, well, let's move on. Well, a facet of him, it's not actually him. I think he is the final boss of the game. It makes sense to me, at least. Thematically, from like what was going on with the rest of the game. Try not to put too many fold lines in here. Kim tends to do that herself and really hates it when I do that, but I'm like, this is clearly sitting here like folded out. That looks bad. Both games are well made, but they suffer flaws with the ideas the dev teams had in mind for them, and the fact that FromSoft split their whole team up to make both at once. Bamco! Shakes fist angrily at Sky. So, I'd considered, like, okay, like, should I just stream that? But then I'm just streaming from where I happen to let off, so I figure I'm gonna play it offline. Cameron, I'm sure you're, willing to assist me, offline with that. Maybe even in voice chat. That might help. Especially, you know, I can't really type, you know. I think we were doing this in like Dark Souls 2 or something at one point. I don't remember. We did it before. Was it Monster Hunter? I don't know. But anyway, when I'm done with Shin Megami Tensei 2 is what I've been waiting on to get back into trying to beat that game. Not just to like so I can review it, but like, I guess it's kind of that. I just want to say that I beat it, you know? It's like, same for like Dark Souls 2. I wanted to say that I beat all the bosses. And that game has way too freaking many of them, and so many of them are just not good bosses. Like Elden Ring. Actually, I kind of think the bosses in Dark Souls 2 are better than Elden Ring's. But Elden Ring just has its own problems, you know. I've been hearing good things about what we're supposedly going to be getting with, Shadow of the Erd Tree, is that what it's called? The DLC for, Elden Ring, that game. We did with Dark Souls 2, and then, summarize. Yeah, I can help with one more. Question is, you want to get through solo or in co-op? Solo. I'm not being carried, no matter how much I kick and scream. Also, I don't have a choice. I don't have online on my PS4. This is luckily a point where squiggly lines are actually, like, beneficial. Ew. What is this? Kanata Shrine. Oh my god, reminds me of, like, the, most recent set of bosses I just beat in SMT2. Leading up to Mara, which was great. Oh my god, Mara in SMT2 is in a tower called Chokma Tower. Like, that's just brilliant, man. It's terrible. I love it. It's horrible. I love how horrible it is. Mara is in Chokma Tower. God. Sorry, it's hilarious. Okay, because neither do I know PS Plus for us. Nope. Besides, I want to go solo. Alright. We're going to put buttons on the side of this shirt that he's deciding between. Did I do sketches online with you guys? I don't know if I did that. I don't know if I just did inks. Are those on the right side? Yeah, that's correct, I think. Chokma Tower? Welcome to Chokma Tower. And I was like, oh my god, I didn't, like, realize that's what it, like, was pronounced like until I saw him actually, like, write it in text in his line. Like, oh, I didn't put it together. Mara is in Chokma Tower. Nice. Freaking Atlas. Alright, so you can actually see the edge of the bed, edge of the bed here, so I'm gonna ink that now while I see it. But anyway, the bosses I beat getting up to Mara were, basically the Chinese Zodiac, but it's the Buddhist interpretation of them, which is so weird. They were all so weak. It was so easy. Like, I could put my whole team on auto attack and they died, like, before they even got an attack off. Except one guy, he repelled physical. Wasn't that bad, though. I killed him with gun. He was apparently weak to gun. Repelled physical, weak to gun. So the only damage I took was me hitting myself. Oh my god, I fought this one boss where, oh, we got so screwed. So, I don't know what the status condition is called, where, oh, this one's awesome. I forgot what this one's called. Dancing Crazy Murder, that was it. So, I'm fighting this boss, and, they don't stand a chance in SMT2, okay? Like, they just understand that much. They don't have a chance. My team is way too strong. Makes sense, gun's pretty hard to resist. You can repel gun. I don't know how it works, but you can repel gun. I think Geary McCullough can do it. Anyway, so I'm fighting this boss. They get one turn off before I effectively slaughter them, right? Or I should have slaughtered them. What happens is they, on their one turn, did, I don't remember the name of the status condition, but they afflicted a status condition on the heroine, Hiroko, who is, like, let's just say the healer, light electric damage dealer, and, I gave her, like, great weapons, right? So a gun that hits all and stuns, and then, her melee weapon is a sword that hits, like, 6 times, and, seals the enemy's magic. So they're forced to be resorting to their auto attacks, okay? It shuts down pretty much everybody. However, had a bit of an issue when that boss used a status ailment that made her act against me. And then I didn't put it together, like, how big of a problem that was. Because, one, she's the one who heals the status condition, so I can't cure her. She's just attacking us while we're trying to fight the boss. Secondly, the melee weapon I gave her sealed everybody's magic, and she's attacking one person and shuts them down. Like, well, there goes that. I just lost 2 party members in 1 turn, and I can't do anything. I can't cure them. I keep attacking, like, we'll get through this and cure when we're done. She attacks the other best person. Like, the RNG right now is destroying me. Oh god, it was a thing. Luckily I still won just fine, but should be like a couple lines there, I think. RNG or just really smart AI? Definitely RNG. The AI, like, if you're playing, like, it's one of those, like, AI things where, like, the computer knows what you have and decides to, like, exploit it. Oh, I was so mad. I hadn't saved in so long, and I was like, I can't actually die. Anyway, there. There's an outfit. Couple outfits. I didn't draw this. Inside of the shirt. Alright, we got a belt. Another t-shirt up here. What time is it? I don't remember how long it took me to, like, finish a page. So, I'm not gonna know if, like, we're having bad time or what. Anyway, Smut 2. It's good, but, yeah. It's probably the most broken of all of the games. Like, there's just a lot of problems with it. In terms of balancing, mostly. Like, some bosses are way too easy, and then others, like I just explained, like, could get hard for the wrong reasons. Yeah, it's weird. Weird game. Also, its story takes a long time to get interesting, but when it does, it gets crazy. Like, it has probably the best explanation for your character having amnesia that I've ever seen. And I mean that. Oh, a lot of really whacked out stuff happens. But it takes a while for those whacked out stuff to, you know, get whack. You know, the whack takes a while to start. You gotta get to Chokma Tower before things start really getting whack. Not really, I was just, you know. I can't make inside jokes on SMT2 unless I talk about things I literally just told you. Alright, that's the edge of the bed. So, this bed's definitely not gonna be made, so. Zoom out, make straighter lines, clean up later. You know, I've got a file somewhere showing that I drew, I think I did, of the entire layout of Bo's home. Main character here that I am illustrating the back of. Say main character. There's really, I feel kind of bad about this. There's only like 2 characters in this entire book. There are more, but they're all like side. Like, I don't even think any of them are named. That's not true, but still, like, pretty much nobody really matters other than them. That brings a very particular image to my head. And I don't know what oh, Chokma Tower, probably. Yeah. Preparing yourself for Chokma Tower. The Demon King's Castle is this one. Where I'm at right now in Smut 2 is inside of Lucifer's castle. I'm glad I got to a point where I was able to solidify my alignment. That's always a stressful part of those games, is making sure I'm actually going to be neutral. And it's tough in all of them. Let's try this trick again. I'm going to point here and then shift. Actually, this goes down from here, so who cares? Let it stay. There we go. Need to go to Chokma Tower to clear away the amnesia. No. So, okay. There's only like a few of you guys in here anyway. If you want, let me know. I'll talk about the story of Smut 2. Because I can almost guarantee you're not going to play it. It's good, but I would definitely recommend play the other 4 first. Which, by the time you do that, you know. Yeah. There should probably be more on this bedstand, but I'm not going to clutter the image. It's already kind of busy. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it? Let's close this. Yeah, I think that's it. Look at that. Alright, alright, alright. Now, we got a door. Alright, I'm giving you a slight warning. If anybody doesn't want to hear about the story of Smut 2 and why it's like absolutely insane, warn me now, and I promise I will not say it. Alright, shift. Here we go. We want to start here and try to make this door as straight as we can. Straight doors are important. I wonder why I didn't do it on my sketch. Well, on the sketch, why do it? Something doesn't seem right there. Like it gets smaller as it goes up. That's not right. I'm gonna have to move that. Still looking at 5 Vengeance since it's the most readily available to me. Oh, yeah. Okay, so ignoring Vengeance, just the base 5 they released. If you ask me to, like, rank the base SMT games, they're all great for different things. It depends on what you're looking at them for. I'm gonna lower the door height. But I would say that 5 is substantially better with Vengeance if it's doing what I think it's doing. Because the weakest part of that game was its story. And I think it was because they kind of forced you down what I would call the law path, and you didn't have a choice. Like, that just was what you had to do. Which is kind of counter to the rest of the games. So now them calling this a definitive version. Now, mechanically, there's a ton of things that they've added to make it like that, but in terms of its gameplay, oh yes, but the story, that's where I'm really hoping it's gonna get crazy again. So I didn't hear anything about not talking about Shin Megami Tensei 2. By the way, the story doesn't really connect with the games. Don't worry about that. You're not getting any spoilers for 5 if you're looking to play Vengeance. Okay, which I would recommend. Looks incredible. I want to play it myself. I don't have the money right now. Anyway. Basically, if you watched my review of Shin Megami Tensei 1, this is the only time we have an actual sequel. 2 actually follows the story from where 1 left off. So, assuming you saw the end of 1. Oh, dang it. What is that? Just forget that. We're gonna redraw this completely. Just freehand this. That is not the right angle. Actually, it is. I drew the wrong angle on here is the problem. Anyway, it continues right after that. Oh, I didn't even say... I'm sorry, I looked at your comment. Like, I would rank the games. If I'm going to rank them, the best... It's so hard because they're all good for different things. My personal favorites... Let's just leave it at that. Makes it easier. Right now, it's 4 at the top. Because I haven't played Vengeance. I'm telling you that because I'm pretty sure Vengeance would be at the top now. Underneath that, I'm going to say 5. Underneath that, I'm going to say 1. Then 3. And then 2. And I love all of them, okay? So it's not like one's the worst one or anything like that. Don't think of it like that. Just which ones would I recommend you play first? That's based on what you, as a player, want out of it. I would say that 5, at the moment, is probably the one that people should be going for. Vengeance. If you're going to start 1. The only thing is, watch my video I did of 3. Because 5 is kind of a sequel to 3. Yep. My little female bathroom symbol icon. There we go. We're done with that door. Look at that door. Well, actually, it needs some hinges. Would you see the hinges from here? You probably would. You would not see the bottom one. This would be a lot lower. Alright. I'll erase that later. Dot Odaiba. Anyway, so at the end of Smut 1, I'm sorry if you're not comfortable with me calling it Smut, SMT. Right. Is it because of the references to the Demi-Fiend? No, okay, so even at the beginning of my playthrough of SMT5, I could tell I was in the universe of 3, and it had nothing to do with the Demi-Fiend. I didn't even have the DLC, nor did I know the DLC even existed, that added the Demi-Fiend into it. That has nothing to do with this. It's, the very beginning of the game. 1, the illustration character style, the demons kind of change each game, even what they're weak to, all that stuff. Everything changes. For the most part, they keep some designs the same, but they will change even old classic ones. For example, Angel looks nothing like the Angel you probably would recognize. Let's start here. And reason being, they wanted the game to be a little more apocalyptical and like angels versus demons in a huge holy war, an Armageddon kind of style Revelations thing. And Angel's original design didn't quite get that across, looked kind of weird. So they tried to update it, and I really like New Angel too. But I also like Old Angel. Alright. But anyway. No, so, watch the story of 3, or the review I have of 3, and it will be very clear that you're in that universe when you play 5. I guess that's all I'll say. Like, it's very clear, certain characters show up, what they're talking about. You're in the 5 universe, but you can absolutely start there without knowing anything. 3 just helps you understand it. Also, the game's like $15 right now. 3. Remastered. It's awesome. Go play it. Especially if you love PS2 games. Absolutely. Play it. We're gonna start this here. These are hair done too. I gotta see another one of these profile things I did. Chapter 3. Alright, so this is what she's gonna be wearing. Kim even colored this one for me so I can even see what's going on. That's the outfit, that's the hair. Oh, she's just holding the jacket right now. Okay. Trying to piece together what the heck I was doing. I'm gonna keep this on screen to my left, so I can see this. So yeah, Demi-Fiend didn't even have to be there, and it was clear what went on. In fact, Demi-Fiend even being in the DLC makes it a little confusing because they are already canonizing an ending of one of the games. Or, I'm sorry, of 3, obviously. And with that ending canonized, it's kind of weird that Demi-Fiend just kind of stopped doing what he was doing. Unless there's more to it, which I'm hoping the story explains, because now he can, like, legit join your team. I'm excited for that. Love me some Demi-Fiend. Got his Figma. Speaking of Figma, I got a message that the Emmy that I pre-ordered like a year ago, or whenever they let you do that, for Metroid Dread is finally coming in. What do you have in terms of hair here? What's going on? I'm gonna zoom in. Okay, yeah, her hair is, oh, I didn't even notice that. There's actual, it's up. These are like hair bands. Alright, so the hair actually goes bunched up into here. And, kind of like that. So I was saying somewhat. Considering how powerful he was in the DLC, I can imagine he's full of shenanigans. Oh, so here's the best part. So you remember seeing me fighting Demi-Fiend in the DLC. He's stronger than that in the PS2. Okay? He is stronger. Like, if they let you fight the actual player, Demi-Fiend, doesn't even need a team. Like, it's silly how strong you get in that game. Assuming he has the Masakados Megatama, he can, like, literally repel everything. You can't hurt him. And he can free Kugel Pierce, which is almighty strength-based, straight through you. Doesn't matter if you buff your stats, nothing. He'll slaughter you. By the time I had that level Demi-Fiend, because I wanted to get all the Megatama in the game, and by the time I had that Demi-Fiend, I stomped on the final bosses, who are crazy hard, by the way. It's the end of a Shin Megami Tensei game. They ain't easy. Ain't easy being green. I'm gonna say that's the only part of the ear we're gonna see. It's a good beat just for a short little Maitama thing, man. But yeah, Demi-Fiend is probably the single strongest JRPG character I've ever played as. He's ridiculous. And the best part is, like, in lore, he's scarier. Because in gameplay, when you're actually fighting stuff earlier in the game, you know, before you have the Masakados Megatama, he's actually really easy to kill. And, like, you could die very easy in that game. And unlike some of the others, if he goes down, it's over. Your demons aren't gonna try and save you, which they will in the other games. Like, you can continue to play with your team for a short while. Like, after your main character went down. And, like, try to save yourself. You know, someone casts Recarm, bring him back up. you'll be okay in 4. And in 1 and 2, if you die, I believe it's over in 2, I know it's over instantly. In 1, I feel like you could have had somebody recarm yourself. I don't remember, but 5, you go down, it's all over. So maybe it is just 4. If you die, someone can recarm you. I'm pretty sure they can keep fighting, which is strange. So I guess in that sense, 4 is easier. Maybe just more forgiving is the term that we're looking for here. Alright, so that's also going to be bundled up back there, but we're not going to see it. This probably wouldn't be so far, considering the length of the other side. I'm going to try and take some of that worry out of her face here when we actually get to drawing her. That's the actual edge of her hair, so let's make it kind of more visible. But yeah, Demi-Fiend's nuts. He's nuts. Like, no kidding, you can make him, like, the most defensive thing ever. But it's probably smarter to come up with some better moves on him than what I did. Just here, like, look up the Masakados. Well, here. You kind of have to understand what a Magatama even is. You can effectively select, when you have a Magatama ingested, it's kind of like which demon form you're taking at the time. Which affects your weaknesses, resistances, and what moves you'll get from level up. Okay? Okay. And it gives you base stat increases. The Masakados Magatama, just look it up. Masakados. It's insane how powerful it is. It's just too good. I'm gonna forget that one of these days. I'm trying to look at the sketch I have here too, because we're not too close to the screen, but close enough that I feel like I'm gonna screw something up. Where should I put a highlight? Where's the light coming from? Say it's up here. Doesn't quite look right. Yeah, now she's freaking cross-eyed. I gotta look at the other eye, too. Alright, so we're gonna put this way out here. That's too high. Yeah, looking up again. Whatever. We'll have her looking slightly up. I'm gonna move the eye. Wrists. Eye. Wrists. Should be using that to check the time anyway. Just like that. Plus 10 boost, there you go. Plus 10 boost to all stats except for luck. Immunity to all forms of damage except almighty. And that's its base stats it gives you, okay? Then look what it gives you upon level up. Holy mother of powerhouse, Batman. It gets better. Keep reading. Oh my god, yeah. He is... base, assuming he doesn't have any freaking moves, that's already, like, impossible to fight. And remember, in SMT, if you attack into a block, okay, your turn's over, okay? if you attack a weakness, you get a press turn, right? It's a push and pull kind of thing. So if you attack the Demi-Fiend with anything that was not almighty, you lost your turn and nothing happened. Like, that's just the base. It gets better, though. Alright, this cheekbone's way wrong. I haven't drawn her in a long time. I'm looking at the illustration that I have on the sketch. Her cheek comes out way farther than that. More like that. That's what I get for not drawing these characters in, like, 3 years. Can't remember. Can't freaking remember. Alright, so how did I draw this? I gotta look at this sketch that I got now. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the level up abilities that you get all make Demi-Fiend even better than that. He will start getting the ability to repel instead of just block all of those stats. And then, I don't remember if that gives you Freykugel as well, but, like, obviously he should just have Freykugel. Like, if you don't have Freykugel on your Demi-Fiend, you messed up your Demi-Fiend. Like, it's the best attack in the game. It's an almighty strength-based, I believe I just said that, but almighty strength-based, only hits one, but that doesn't matter. You're usually hitting a boss anyway. But by that point of the game, you're only worried about bosses. I mean, you can give him Megadolone. I think like, Masakata's probably lets him learn Megadolone, which is, heavy almighty to all. It costs a ton. Oh my god, another thing that makes SMT2 broken, and I do mean broken, my friends, it's casting requirements. They're not exactly balanced very well. So for example, Tetrakarn, okay? I'm hanging on to a Cuchulainn. Sorry, it's Irish. And I'm Irish. I should know how to pronounce him. It's Cuchulainn. But no. So, he knows Tetrakarn. Okay, Tetrakarn is for one turn. Well, let me back up. I'm going to tell you first what a modern Tetrakarn is. Okay, so if you're playing SMT5, Tetrakarn is going to be... I don't know how much... I think it's like 50 MP. You select one party member, and they will repel physical for that turn. Okay, if you do Makarakarn, it's the same thing, but for magic for that turn, okay? So you anticipate something's coming, you cast it. It's very heavy expense, but obviously it's for making sure that you can shut down their turns, and you can get your turn back. If it works, then it's only for the one turn and only for one party member, okay? 50 MP. In SMT2, Tetrakarn or Makarakarn costs 6. I think it's 6 MP total. And it's for your whole party. Okay? It's not just one anymore. It's the whole party, and it's 6 MP. My god, is it good. So, yeah, I'm spamming that whenever I get a chance. It's, a little broken, you might say. Holy unstoppable god killer, Batman! Yeah, the only thing about that makes it better in the new one is that press turns exist. They started in SMT3. So, since you have press turns, technically you could shut down their turn if they attack into a repel, then the turn's over. But, like, if you know what they're attacking with, physical or magic anyway, and then you just put that wall up on your whole party, and it only costs 6 MP, you effectively shut them down anyway, and they're going to keep attacking into themselves, because it's not press turning, they'll just keep going. Oh, it's on a way, but like, press turns kind of make it even harder on them. Arm? That Magatama is Jesus. Yeah. It's so good. It's so good. They make you work for it. So to get that one, you need to have all other Magatama in the game and then go through an optional dungeon to get it. But obviously go get it. Like, it's so good. Oh, it's good. I love it. I love how good it is. It's more like here-ish, hereabouts. No. This part of the arm is the bone. So it should be more straight. This part, however, is where it would come out. No, like that. Yes. The wrist looks like it's gonna be pretty fat, though. I'm gonna have to fix that. Nope, not like that, you don't. I'm suddenly much more afraid of the Demi-Fiend's power. Yeah, the I can't imagine a universe where the Nahabino is stronger than the Demi-Fiend, but it's because they made him so freaking ridiculous. They nerfed him for that boss fight. Do you see what I'm saying now? Like, I could actually hit him. You know? I think he still resisted everything, but resist is not even close to block, which is the bare minimum of the Magatama I would assume he has on that route in the game. Because, like, from the route that they canonized, he effectively proved himself to Lucifer, took an army of demons to go storm God's throne to kill him. End the roll credits. And, that is the universe that you're playing in SMT5. You begin the game where demons are realizing God is dead. Game starts. The throne is empty. Who wants it? They made that way too thin on that side. Again. So yeah, it's cool. It's all very cool. I love it. Actually, no, this should probably go up. Better. It's a huge palm, though, if I can scoot that back a bit. Yeah, Demi-Fiend be scary. You know, it really kind of stinks, though, because I was just talking about Figmas. They made a Figma of the Demi-Fiend because of the remaster for 3 coming out, but, like, they never made one for the Nahabino. And in terms of, like, design looks, Nahabino looks better. Like, where's the Nahabino one? How does that look without the sketch? Is that okay? That looks really weird. Why does that look so weird? Why does it look so weird? Okay, probably because this should be wider here. Oh, I'm on the sketch there. I don't know why this looks so strange. I'm not too worried about it anymore. Still really like that boss theme for the Demi-Fiend. And the boss theme they did for the Demi-Fiend was not even the, it was like a low-tier boss music that they did. And I mean, like, not in terms of how much I like the sound of it. I mean, like, low as in, this is like a mini-boss. That's the music that they remastered for him. Not like, oh my god, we're all gonna die. Metatron is blocking us from entering Lucifer's domain. No, it was just like, oh, that silly, what was that guy? What is that thing called? There's some demon that blocks you in Amana a few times, and you have to fight him, but it's just like a mini-boss guy. And he's kind of almost like a gag, because you keep beating him every time. Anyway, I don't remember what he actually was, but probably not going to draw the entire arm here. Oh, why are there a bunch of lines over this? If she's holding it here, it wouldn't be over her arm. There, kind kind of like just gonna do this kind of thing. Where's the undo button? There, kind of like that. And then from here, I'm just gonna draw the rest of the arm. I'd be screaming, we're all gonna die if I so much as looked at the demi-fiend, if I appreciated it enough. Oh god, yes. But not enough demons respect that in the game. You will die a lot in that game. Yeah. It's hard. It's good. It's really good. Yeah, it's hard, man. Maybe some of it is kind of draping over here. Yeah, let's just do it. Alright. And then, the rest of her arm is about hereabouts. It's not that beefy. So anyway, yeah, I'm never gonna finish explaining this story thing. So, because like 3 and 5, you know, 5's the new thing. 3 you gotta understand in order to. You don't have to understand it, but it's important to understand it before you get to playing 5. I think it's important. So yeah, Demi-Fiend's insane, and just out of sheer anger, decided to kill God and prove himself to Lucifer and become a true demon, kill his friends. He's a great guy. Kind of guy you definitely want to be friends with. Let's try and get the rest of this up here. Let's go like that. It's another casual Monday. And Shin Megami Tensei, yep. It's a game where you recruit demons and kill your friends. Every single one of them. If you go neutral, that is. Or, in the case of 3, go for the true ending. Yeah. Wait, what's going on here with this hip? Oh, we're twisting. So... that's probably the best we can do. So, anyway. SMT 1 happens, and if you remember the story of that, if not, definitely check out my review, where I kind of go through all of it. It's crazy. Long story short, just in case you somehow were uncultured enough to not witness that incredible games review that I did. Not that my review of it was incredible or anything like that. I'm not vain. The review it was, actually, I think it was a pretty good one. Yeah, the intro skit's pretty good. I don't really get to do a lot of intro skits anymore because my video software kind of sucks, if you couldn't tell. It's why we don't have a video this week either. I'm trying to make up for it by doing a little bit of streaming. See, listen to me and my freaking tangents. I'm never gonna get anywhere and tell a story. So there's, first, a zombie apocalypse that happens in the first game, and everyone kind of ignores it. They're like, "Oh, can you go get some dinner? You know, here's some money for some groceries. You go get some groceries for your mom, and dodge some zombie cops along the way." Like, alright, this is all completely normal. Got it. Anyway. So you fight the zombie cops. There's eventually a second nuclear, or we're not in the nuclear apocalypse yet. After that point, there is another apocalypse where demons start spilling into the real world. After that point, you have to like team up with them as per tradition. You team up with them, try and face off against a villain who ends up being, get this, the literal god Thor, who decides to start shooting a bunch of ICBMs at Japan. Then there is a nuclear holocaust. And to avoid the nuclear holocaust, the Megami who Tenseis herself saves you. She ends up needing to be saved in the future, so you're like transported into the future. And then like 30 years in the future, in the distant land of 2020, or something like that. I don't remember when it was. It was the year that I did the review, but it was funny. Anyway, so in that year, there is another apocalypse that's coming. After everyone is now dealing with a demon invasion, and they were all just nuked. So the survivors of the survivors of the survivors all kind of get together, and they try to build an ark. Headcanon says 2020, sure. I don't exactly remember. Check the review for the exact date, anyway. So they try to build a, oh, and I gotta mention this before I go any farther, because this is hilarious, in case you haven't seen this. The reason you're able to commune with demons and talk with them is because before the second apocalypse, you were getting, basically the beginning of the game, you were getting emails from Stephen Hawking, the real Stephen Hawking, and Atlas, from that point forward, would forever put messages in the beginning of their game saying, this is a work of fiction, no characters, or there's no reference to people living or dead, you know, all that stuff. Because they put Stephen Hawking as an extremely important main character who sends you malware which allows you to commune with and summon demons, called the Demon Summoning Program. Anyway, you get this computer terminal thing for your arm that allows you to summon the demons, and that's kind of how you go from there. Now, anyway, I want to make sure we didn't miss the fact that it's Stephen Hawking, because he, like, transcends time and space and manages to, like, teleport around. We didn't finish the pants. Teleport around, like, the future with, like, he's obviously Stephen Hawking. Well, the late Stephen Hawking, like, in a wheelchair, unable to move, head cocked to the side, which luckily I can move my neck this way. It's the other side I can't move my neck. And, God, okay, now I need to see what do your pants actually look like here. Oh, okay, so these are actually up kind of high. So I need to put, like, rib lines in. Was that what Steven was doing in his spare time? Oh, apparently. Yes. Apparently, this is what Stephen Hawking was up to. And it had nothing to do with the Jeffrey Epstein Islands, which, some disturbing images have come out and shown. Gulp. I really respect that guy, but, I kind of understand why someone in his condition could fall for a scheme like that, you know? You gotta understand that poor man has lived through, you know, his condition, so. Not that I'm enabling, or excusing Jeffrey Epstein in any way. How on earth did we get on this topic? But, yeah, poor Stephen Hawking. Poor Stephen Hawking. Genius, absolute genius. So anyway, the actual Stephen Hawking is somehow able to transcend time and space, teleports around, it gives you upgrades and stuff, meets you throughout your journey, things like that. It's cool. It's a thing. In the future, which is now our present, there is a new group who is trying to create like a new Eden, like a paradise world, and in their paradise world is a giant. They're building a giant cathedral, effectively, because they say they're preparing for a cataclysm that God is going to send to wipe out all of the non-believers. Should I actually ink those? Oh, this is Shiva. This was Shiva's boss theme. What's it called? Battle Destruction. Yeah. Shiva was stronger than the true final boss of the game. Way stronger. In fact, the true final boss is not that hard. Alright, I'm debating whether I should put these lines back here or just let Kim do it. Let's try to straighten him up. Oh, God is actually angry. Nice. Yes, it is. Okay, so God in SMT, Yahweh, is Old Testament God. Okay, I don't know how hip you are on Christian/Catholic lore, but yes, this is not a nice guy. This is a tyrant. That is the God of this world. And that's kind of why the Demi-Fiend, among other reasons, decided he's gonna kill him. Kill him super dead. Alright. Let's make these all vertical now. So yeah, it's bad guy. And this music's equally freaky, isn't it? And trying to make sure that these line up properly. So, yeah, God does actually send a flood, and that is the next apocalypse that happens. And the flood kills the remainder of the survivors, who were not inside the cathedral or not able to get to the cathedral. They're just dead. Way to go. And then from there, the people were either for or against the God of Law, also known as Yahweh. And they split into factions. Those factions went to war with each other. The remainder of what we're like 4 apocalypses in, and there's a lot of really cool stories I just skipped over, but this is just the base stuff you kind of have to know to understand what 2 is. Those people go to war. Your character, if you choose neutrality, has to fight both sides. You're the only person by yourself. And you have to take down the demon lords on one end. Take down here's our last 2 panels. Take down the angels on the other side, and try to create a new world where humanity gets to try to rebuild something, some sort of civilization after all of what's happened, and take the world back from the demons. The end. Then Smut 2 is like a couple hundred years after that point, where the flood is receded. The world is kind of like expanded back. I needed a different shot here. Hold on. Saying it right? There we go. No. That. Sorry, I had to switch my reference photo so I can see what this guy's wearing. Like, for real, what he's wearing. Anyway. So, 100 years after that point. Oh god, is it twisty. I wonder, like, because the game tells you a lot, and I don't know how much of it is actually, like, that I should say, because, like, there's lies all over the place. We'll try and keep this basic. So, you start playing as a guy named Hawk. You don't know much about yourself, other than you're living in this place called Valhalla, and Valhalla has tournaments to basically see who gets to ascend to go live in the next tier of humanity, which is the repurposed cathedral, which is now called Tokyo Millennium. Inside Tokyo Millennium are basically the Messians, the God-fearing side. And they are kind of... Well, they're doing a lot of dirty stuff. I mean, both sides do. That's the thing about these games. There's no good. There's just, like, different flavors of evil. So, I think they're having, like, another... Yeah. And, eventually you fight through a tournament in order to let yourself, go to the next level. You do a bunch of tasks for, the center, kind of like earning your place in their society, going all over, realizing, like, what kind of places now exist in this world. For example, there is a meat factory, which is run by a bunch of slaves that are all being, like, hypnotized by the call of a siren to work perpetually 24/7 in order to farm, yes, farm, actual demon cattle for the food to feed the rest of civilization. Yikes. And you have to go there because there is an uprising with some of the demons, understandably, upset about this. And, you see, like, a bunch of other stuff, like, the world is very screwed up. There's, you go on a quest at one point to rescue a character, get her on your team. Her name's Hiroko. She'll be important later. And she was hunted down as a runaway from the center, which they basically say is like capital punishment kind of thing. Like, you don't run from the center. Oh, we grow on unholy milk. That talks. Imagine, like, glowing red cattle that, like, wears clothes and everything, and it speaks. And we're, like, it's that level of sentient, and they're killing it for food. Oh man, is it? It gets dicey. Yeah, I'm actually gonna put his hair up here, have him look a little less sloppy now. So anyway, you find like an entire city called Holy Town. Of course, that is a giant... I'm going to straighten that collar, actually. I'm used to making him look kind of bad, but this chapter he's going to look nicer. And Holy Town has a giant cathedral. You have to go there and stop a demon, King Frost, from taking over a certain segment of it. A lot of, you know, Shin Megami Tensei themed stuff happens. You're fighting off demons in areas, and mostly like learning the route around here. Eventually, the Antichrist appears. You heard me? The Antichrist. And he's claiming that you're the Antichrist. And you two have a battle to the death inside of, I think the Valhalla tournament chambers, in order to decide which one of you is the true Messiah and which one is the Antichrist. Obviously, you win. And you choose to spare him, but while doing that, in that situation, he actually kills a female companion of yours. Her name was Beth, I think, canonically. That rascal. Yep, just murdering your love interest. And as far as I know, she's not coming back. That Megami ain't getting Tensei, and I thought for sure it was gonna happen, but it hasn't happened yet, and it probably should have happened a while ago if it was gonna happen. So I think they did it on purpose, knowing that I'm expecting, you know, the female character on your party who dies / gives their life for you is going to come back in one way or another as something else. That's how the games go. In a way, it kind of also happens in SMT3, but not really in the same way. Yeah, so you beat the Antichrist, but you don't kill him, because it was like the dying wish of the woman who he kind of killed, not to kill him and not to be that kind of person. These buttons should be a lot smaller. Anyway, so, that's not very Messiah of you, Antichrist, just saying. Wait, of him or you? I mean, because you don't kill him, and he shows up repeatedly out of spite to try and kill you. One of the best instances of this is when he shows up with Puck, like, from Shakespeare, who, I think he's from more than Shakespeare, actually. I'm not positive, but he might have just come from Shakespeare. Midsummer Night's Dream. Puck, this trickster elf, fairy, he throws what is called, and I'm not kidding, infidelity sap. He tries to throw it at you, and instead misses and hits the female companion who was with you at the time, the other one we saved, Hiroko, who then immediately is, like, smitten in absolute infatuation, head over heels love of the first man she sees, who was the Antichrist. His name is Daleth. And he's like, oh, leave me alone, because he hates you. He's like, leave me alone, stop! And like the whole thing backfires, but now you want your party member back, so you have to go through this whole thing to try and get another reverse toxin of infidelity sap by hunting down Puck. It's a whole thing. Anyway, that happens. You get her back, and she's like disgusted with him, with that all happening, realizing that she was like being used by that. And while curing her, you end up chucking another vat at Daleth, who then becomes infatuated with this demon who lived in that area, and she did it on purpose because she was like secretly in love with him. Dude, it gets weird. So anyway, the Antichrist at that point becomes your best friend. I wouldn't really call him your best friend, but he starts helping you at that point on. Like, he's a good guy. We're pals. He only, killed my love interest. Whatever. Things happen. Anyway, so you move on from there, and eventually, word gets out that you saved that Hiroko, who was supposed to be captured by the Center and imprisoned. Doesn't quite look right. Like, by the Center. So they're not so happy about the fact that, you busted her out of their jail. They want her back again. And they realize you're in cahoots, or communications at least, with this guy who told you as soon as you rescue her, come back and I'm going to tell you everything about what's actually going on here. So you're trying to get back there. You will spend the rest of the game trying to find this guy because the Center so badly does not want you to talk to him. They have Abaddon, the demon Abaddon, swallow the entirety of Valhalla. The opening area you came from, the tournament, all that stuff, swallows it. If you open a door to try and go back there, you look out into an endless void. It is gone. He deleted the area. It is inside of him. But, all right. So then you gotta find like a new way around, figure out how you're gonna get this back out of Abaddon. This kind of tedious part of the game happens where you are trying to find a way into what they call the Abyss. The first time you find anything about the Abyss, you see this dude trying to open a portal to the Abyss, and he like positions in this pentagram room a bunch of like dolls, like a laughing doll, a crying doll, in different order around the room. He tries to summon this portal to the Abyss, Like, it starts to open up, he steps inside, and it, like, doesn't work, and it, like, disintegrates and blood goes everywhere. You pick up the dolls and decide you're gonna try. As one does. And it won't work, obviously, until much later in the game, when you find another doll from another person who is in a nondescript point of the game, in a random corner in a dungeon that you had no reason going back to. I've got some issues with the design of this game, if you can't tell. But anyway, you eventually get that, but the real way in, you actually find by, I can't imagine wearing long sleeves right now that I'm drawing them. The real way in, you find by collecting these pillars. Like literal stakes. And you assemble these pillars deep in this like subterranean area that, oh shoot. I meant to do this. Underneath the world. Underneath that holy church, you find an elevator to another elevator, which takes you underneath the world, which is really under the cathedral, remember? All of this is under the old world's cathedral. And you find, deep underground, there's this whole civilization of not only people but demons living with each other. And that place is the destroyed Tokyo. So kind of like SMT4, where you have that, like, big surprise, like, you know, there's a whole world underneath this, and it's actually Tokyo. Modern Tokyo. But this is Tokyo after, you know, the nukes, the flood. Like, nobody, and it's hundreds of years later, nobody understands what a destroyed building looks like, or, like, what a car is. They don't know what any of those things are. All they see is, like, rubble. It's really weird. Like, I was talking to like a miner, and he's saying, like, the other day I found this metal sign. It said Akibihara on it. I wonder what that means. And they just like go about their business not understanding like that they're in like a ruined civilization or like a whole other. Oh, it's terrible. You know, they're living on top of you know, the original Tokyo. It's super weird. But geez, to just watch this guy get shredded by the abyss by like a log going through a wood chipper. I'ma do it too. It was worse. Logs don't splatter. But like, you at least have the forethought, don't do what he did. Try something else. And eventually you get that, but you have to get all these pillars first in order to open a gateway to the abyss, which takes a long time. And some of them are really stupid. The worst one by a mile is the moon pillar. Though some are from characters who won't give the pillar to you, or you won't, as the character, won't say anything to the character you're speaking with until plot happens somewhere else, nondescript-wise, and then they decide to give something to you. Like, I hate that kind of stuff. Let's try to connect this here. Anyway, so the moon pillar, you have to go into a disco. If you've seen any memes or GIFs from this game, SMT2, the thing that lives over all else is the disco. Because at every single step you take, at every turn you make, they'll be watching you. Now, every single time you turn in here, there's a group of people, and they're like dancing, right? It's like a rave, okay? But they call it a disco because it's the early 90s, right? And they're dancing, right? And the text pops up, everybody's dancing furiously. If you've seen, just like everybody's dancing furiously, it's gonna come up on Google. You don't even have to put Shin Megami Tensei into it. Everybody's dancing furiously is amazing. It's a meme. So, you go in here. On a full moon only, they have a dance party. And the winner of the competition gets the moon pillar. but they don't, well, you can infer this from text, so you at least there's a way to figure it out. Anyway, I'm gonna, what should I draw first? Probably the cuff. Anyway, so, to actually win this competition, you need to have your magic stat be at least 10. Here's the thing. Just like in SMT1, your protagonist does not learn magic. You're not special. You don't just learn magic, okay? Like, that's a demon thing to do. It's weird that Hiroko and Beth could do it, okay? Like, that's already supposed to be a strange thing. Like, they're not like you. They're not from Valhalla. So you accept that. There's no reason to level that stat at all in the game. Like, if you do it, you're a fool. Unless you want the moon pillar. I think it also affected, like, your magic resistance or something like that. I'm not positive on that, but... Anyway, I'm not sure. But still, it's effectively meaningless. You're obviously going to be leveling... Think like Dark Souls, you only get 1 point each time you level up. So you want to spend it wisely. You're not picking magic. You're picking strength. You're picking speed, luck. Like, anything you could actually use, you know. Didn't even have to finish writing everyone's to get it. Everyone's dancing furiously. I'm happy about that because, like, not enough people would even know what that game is. Anyway, so, you have to have a high enough magic stat in order to do it, and the reason it's a pain is people, of course, like, try and find ways to do it without actually leveling their magic stat. There's ways to buff your stats temporarily, but, like, it's never enough. Like, the buffing thing I found wears off the next full moon. Oh, God, so many problems. But anyway, I finally get it. You finally get all the pillars. You open this way to the Abyss. You realize the Abyss is just like... not like a new dimension. It's just a level of reality beneath your own. And it's just where the demons come from. That was their world before. You're just now getting a chance to go there. And in the demon world, you have all sorts of other problems to deal with now that you're actually down here. And you can choose to attend to them, choose to ignore them, what have you. But eventually you will find the true entrance to the Abyss, which involved getting that other doll where the guy got shredded. Go through it. And at this point, you get... Oh, actually, before then. Before you even go in there legit, you realize that another character I haven't really talked about, this guy who... His name is Zane. He's kind of a runaway whistleblower? Let's call him a whistleblower for the Center, which is the Messian group name for this Tokyo Millennium place, right? They're trying to build this 1,000-year kingdom, okay, that supposedly is prophesized to come into being because the God of Law demands it, right? And it's gonna save humanity, but only the select humanity that he likes, as is tradition. Anyway, so, oh God, I am not feeling well. My stomach's bothering me. It's already 4? Jeez Louise. Zane. Let me see, what would Zane do? Yeah, so, you'll find him a few times after Valhalla gets swallowed up. He, like, wises up, goes like, okay, we really should all be getting together, guys. He goes to Holy Town. Like, this is what the Center just did to this area. We have to stop them. If we all work together, we might be able to do it and try and win back this world, because we're all gonna die if we don't. And he starts to get some traction. The Center then releases their own anti-propaganda to try and discredit him using the TV broadcasting systems of Millennium, claiming, don't listen to this guy, everything he says is a lie, we're trying to capture him right now. Oh god, it's a thing. And eventually, you hear that he's being taken to Millennium. Or not being taken, he was summoned to the cathedral. He decides to go to confront them, even though he knows he's probably gonna die. And this is great. You find him, you go in there, after passing all sorts of new doors and whatnot and stuff to get deeper into this place. You find him frozen in carbonite, legit just like Han Solo in Star Wars. It's amazing. Anyway, after you find him like that, you do eventually get to save him. And I should probably have like the bits here for the fingers. It's supposed to look like a... Yeah. Right. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on like how to do this at the same time. So, you find him frozen in carbonite and you realize the only way to save him is by taking down, at this moment, the leaders of the center. And you find these elders. There was one elder who was rebelling from the others and says they wanted no part of what was about to happen. Whoa! No! Did Photoshop just freaking crash? Oh my god, don't tell me it just lost everything that I just did. Here's my wallpaper, by the way. Oh my god, no. What the hell? Please tell me you have like a save version of this. You know, just in case. I don't know what's going to be pulled up on here. Photoshop! Oh, no. What the crap? Recovered. Okay, it just made new files for all this. So we're going to have to save as over... Ah, come on, man! Well, here. That one, just delete the recovered one. We didn't want to save anyway. So just no. This is the next page after this. So we're probably not getting there today, so I'm just going to close that anyway. No. This, I now have to find the original and save over it. Because I'm imagining... Why does it think spacebar is being held? There. God. Ace finds just carbonite. Well, whatever it is. He's in a block just like Han Solo. We don't know what happened to him. They just did something to him. Anyway, he got frozen because they unleashed their wrath or whatever. Damn it. I gotta find documents. Where did I save this? Comics. Book was better. Where's just pages? Here we go. We're on 55. So I'm gonna open the original 55 and see what it looks like. Yep. That whole drawing is just gone. So, instead, what I'm going to do is take this layer and just replace it on the other one. Bonk. Except it put everything in the wrong spot. So if I copy it from here, it might paste it in the right place. Yeah, alright. So now we just delete that ink. Wait, hold on. Yes? Let's zoom in closer to see this. It might actually be messed up. Where's zoom? Yeah, it's not in the right spot. So, how does it screw that up? Like, you do a copy and paste, and it still doesn't even put it in the right place. Is this the new one or the old one? That's the old one, so that's where it's supposed to go. Alright, so this is correct. I got it in the right spot. Vertical 2 was off. Alright, so delete this one, I think. No, delete this one. Never mind, I might have put everything in the wrong spot. Now, let's save it. Not have this happen again. I don't know what caused Photoshop to do that. That sucked. Like, a lot. Yeah, Oh, God, I have to do the whole hand again. What the heck, Photoshop? Hopefully Photoshop didn't screw stuff up. It did. It actually did. Let's look if there's something I can realign the inks. They look close. I think they're okay. No, they're not. See, the edges right here is cut off, so this has to go at least down one. I think that's better. Look at the top now. Nope, that's correct. All right, side to side. There, see, like, checking this to make sure that it's not over. That's where it belongs. Well, now I gotta redraw this. Fun. Just shut down randomly. Can I have, like, any explanation? Get rid of this stupid bar. Well, I guess we have a chance to do this again. Oh boy. Well, what was I saying, Zane? Turn into Carbonite. You go to fight the Elders, and you find out that the Elders, they transform before your eyes into the Archangels, Michael, Raphael, and Uriel. And you have to, at that moment, kill them all. Yep. It's, honestly, it wasn't that hard. It could have been a lot worse. Red? What did Photoshop do? CMYK? Yeah, for print. I guess it makes sense. I am preparing the file for Kim, I guess. Makes them bigger, but... I'm gonna try and have this sticking out a little bit farther. Man, now I'm like... Why do I have to redraw stuff? Photoshop. If I just had an answer. Nice. Anyway, so you fight the Archangels, and as the last one disappears, so we did lose, and the Apocalypses, God and his angels took over. Well, hold on. So, no, you, in the neutral ending, you do stop those angels. You kill them, those same ones. You beat them. And, you stop the demonic side. You beat both down. So humanity could actually build a Tokyo Millennium and build what it can. The thing is, you're not, like, the president or anything governing all this stuff. You just did what you could to try to make it possible for humanity to be able to pick up the pieces again. The problem is the people were setting up like a doomed system. That was the thing. And you can't actually kill one of these demons. Like the idea of that, like another one still is gonna show up of the same name. They can all get Tensei'd. So, anyway, last one goes down. That's what was messed up with that hand, by the way. I had that finger screwed up. Hopefully this doesn't look as bad now. Sorry, I'm trying to do this at the same time. Okay, that makes better sense. Yeah, so, like, the idea... So the way that demons work in SMT, if somebody out there believes in it, it's real. That's how everything works. That's why, like, religions from all walks of life all have their own deities and characters existing at the same time. Even though they could be two different deities of the sun, for example, and they're both here. It's back to basics with the eraser being messed up, too. It forgot everything. What the heck did it do? This is like what happened at the beginning of the stream. This is what, like, my default setup was. Like, what on Earth? Oh, the hardness! The opacity. So, you fight through these guys, and the idea of them, if you believe in them, that makes them real. So that's why, like, even folklore or mythological characters from history or even cryptozoology, all real because somebody out there believes that it's real. That's why, like, Mothman, he's a very popular SMT demon. Mothman is real because someone out there believes he's real, like my wife. So, she loves cryptozoology. She's actually reading a book from the library called American Monsters, I think. Anyway, just fun little thing. About real cryptozoology stories of different creatures and stuff, I guess, that are folklore in the area, I guess. I'm not sure. I mean, she's told me about some of them, but not too much. But anyway, that's for the most part how it works. And using that same logic, it's actually important. Like, I went through trying to explain all of that because this next part, you kind of have to understand that concept to understand what the next boss is. As soon as they die, okay, all of a sudden you see this floating image of Yahweh, and he starts to speak to you, like, how dare you attack these well, I don't know what the word is, like, the assets of my large, or I don't know what he would say, just like these holy archangels in my legion, how dare you, you inferior, like, I thought you were the chosen Messiah, but you were truly, like, the corrupter this whole time, yelling at you, and he eventually fights you. This giant floating angry head, and you fight Yahweh. That makes better sense. I totally have a team with Bigfoot, Mothman, Loch Ness Monster. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of cryptozoology. It's mostly mythological stuff. Now, which is why it's weird Mothman's there. But, like, a strange one like an SMT2 is Jack the Ripper. And he, unfortunately for history's sake, he fights with, I'm gonna save every instance I can. He fights with a barber's knife, which, the thing is, at the time, in the 90s, Jack the Ripper was more of, like, a concept. It had been we're now far enough removed from those actual terrifying, horrific murders that we can kind of distance ourselves from them. And they created, like, the idea, the legacy of this monster that, like, nobody understands, that killed these poor women in, what was it, Winchester? No. Whitechapel? Was it Whitechapel? It's in London. I don't remember exactly where, but horrific murders. Horrific. And only recently we actually found out who it was. And out of a gross coincidence, it was the local barber. So, creepily enough, his weapon in SMT2, and this all happened more recently, like in the past, like, 10 years or so, we found this out. Maybe even, like, 6. It was more recent. Found out, like, yeah, it was the barber, and he happened to be fighting with the barber knife, and so I'm not a fan of them doing the cryptozoological stuff all the time. Though the first game, there absolutely is a Bigfoot. I don't think they ever made a Loch Ness Monster. I don't think anybody, like, truthfully believes that that thing's real. I think that's kind of where the difference is. I think. I'm not positive how they do all of this, but still. Anyway, so somebody believes it's real, it becomes real in the universe. So, with that in mind, after you finish defeating Yahweh, you find out that wasn't actually him. Gabriel, the fourth of the archangels, comes out to tell you that those three of the archangels got impatient, waiting for... What is this? That's on the sketch layer. Got impatient, waiting for the real Messiah to be born. And instead, manufactured an artificial Messiah to try to expedite this whole 1,000-year kingdom. Gabriel was against this idea. But, they still went away with it anyway. Guess we can say Atlas does their research. Atlas knew who Jack the Ripper was way before anybody else did. Yeah. Little on the nose, but okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know. They were onto something. Granted, even detectives back in the day would say, like, they suspected it was somebody who was really good with knives, like a doctor or a barber was actually brought up back in the day. Or shift. Reason being was because of how meticulously mutilated the poor women were. I don't want to get into that. It's gross. It truly is. I think you would actually see a little of this. So, it would not be at that angle, though. Pushing it. Yeah, better. Anyway, Gabriel says, since they were impatiently waiting for the true Messiah to be born, they decided that it would be right for them to make an artificial Messiah, which they did, and also create, like, a few other people bioengineered by this point. They also bioengineered an Antichrist for him to destroy. They engineered, I should change this to rotate to try and get these lines right. What else did they do? They bioengineered a woman for him, basically a mate, to make, like, I don't know, make it look like he was authentic. They did all sorts of... I'll make it wider here. I don't remember who else. Oh, they created a bodyguard. Anyway, turns out these characters that they made were you and your party. And that's why you don't have memory at the beginning of the game. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. You kind of do. So, in the beginning of the game, you have, like, no memory of how you got to this point. You know, the typical JRPG thing. And the reason you don't remember anything is because you literally don't have a past. You, as this concocted Messiah, were genetically created as, like, this test subject. You were then implanted into the body of a living woman surrogate who carried you until you were born. At that moment, after being born, you were thrown back into another test tube to accelerate growth. So, you weren't even really born. You, like, popped out of this tube as, like, a 25-year-old with no memory. As this accelerated false messiah that these very impatient archangels wanted because they were not willing to wait. I'm gonna put a planner here. Wait for the real one to eventually appear. You're that false messiah. Beth was the woman who was concocted to be with you. And she was murdered by Daleth, who was the man who was concocted to be the Antichrist. Even before then, he didn't know this, but that's just the way that it worked. Just gonna draw a little something in here. And, who else? Zane was supposed to be your bodyguard. And the best one is, Hiroko, the woman you saved, who's been your party member this whole game. She hears this information, and she's like, wait, what? She's the one freaking out more than Aleph is. And reason being, she was the surrogate mother who carried that child like a week ago. So, your party member who's stuck with you this whole time, both of you just realized she's your mom. And she's like the same age as you, who just gave birth to you like this month. And you were just put in a test tube, like taken from her immediately, thrown into a giant tube, and just like in a week's time, rapidly aged like 20-something years, spat back out to pretend that you were a real messiah who came out of nowhere. And then from here is where the game like really starts getting nutty, because like it took a long time for it to like really get SMT1 crazy. But then like, oh, you're telling me, yes, you're a week old, and your party member is your mom, who was not happy about this. She was like, she is an absolute badass in the story. So like, it's like she is very like very upset by the thought. I don't think I'm gonna do anything here. Let's just let that be a texture. I gotta stop drawing too detailed of backgrounds. So anyway, that happens, and you find this out from the guy in the very beginning, not the very beginning, but the guy towards the beginning who said he was trying to tell you absolutely everything. He wanted to tell you everything, but and he it turned out being the guy who the scientist the center made forced into doing this. So he was obviously not a fan of this and kind of rebelled against the center. And by rebelling against the center, and as did the woman who ran off and or carried the child, Hiroko, she was his daughter, and he was forced to make his daughter carry the child that he was concocting, I assume as like a safeguard to make sure that he wasn't like sabotaging the operation, because he obviously wouldn't do anything to harm his own daughter. God, so anyway, remember, he was from Valhalla, and Valhalla got swallowed by Abaddon. You find this out by going into the Abyss the old-fashioned way, fighting your way through it, eventually finding this void territory, and you have the option to let it suck you in. If you say yes, it takes you inside of Abaddon's stomach. You fight your way through inside of Abaddon. Where's the shift button? Thank you. You fight your way through the inside of Abaddon. You eventually find a cavity in there, which leads to Valhalla, which is still there. The people inside are kind of a little freaked out because they can't leave, because if they try to, they're, you know, inside of the belly of a giant demon. And their lives are effectively over. And, so you go in there, that's where you meet the guy, and he says the reason that the center tried to destroy Valhalla was a desperate attempt to kill him, just him, because he was going to tell you that information. And they did not want their messiah that they put all this money into, and effort, realizing what they did to game the whole thing. So, he then dies anyway, naturally, I think. I'm not sure what happened. Anyway, he dies. We're gonna draw a little bit of a skyline here. We're gonna make it up as we go, though. Anyway, he dies. You then, leave with, apparently your mom now. And start storming the rest of the Abyss, where you are basically kidnapped by a demon working for Lucifer, who says that you've been summoned by Lucifer. He wants to meet with you now. And you meet with Lucifer, who, by the way, is this running a gag sort of character name in the series. His name is Louis Cypher. That's his incognito name. If you ever see a character named Louis Cypher, it's Lucifer. That's just what they do. They do their little funnies. Lucifer loves, he is a trickster too. Fallen angel. So, you talk to Lucifer. He explains to you that, all that was true. And he's been against what the Center's been doing for a long time. He doesn't really care about the world above, but he is very much bothered that the world below is all going to be destroyed because the Center wants to create this 1,000-year kingdom, and it's going to kill everyone who lives below and kill all the demons down here, which is an admirable thing to want to work towards. And he says you don't have to decide right now whether you want to join me or not, but you know, I want to hear soon. Come to my my palace in order to tell me your decision. So, on your way there, not even like on your way there, like immediately after, you are kind of forced into another weird confrontation where someone wants you to take a side. The Archangel who was not killed, Gabriel, the one who stuck by God's law. Gabriel wants you to join her cause and takes you to Eden. Magical place way up on top of the tallest building in the center. And when I say tallest building, I mean like you can't see the top of this thing. It goes off the screen. It's insanely huge. And it's like the most ridiculously huge building I've ever seen in my life. It's ridiculous. Like you do not know how many floors are in this thing. Like we actually don't. It goes on like forever. At the very top of this Babel Tower is a new Garden of Eden. And that's where you meet Zane again, who has been restored by Gabriel. And Zane says that Lucifer is plotting to destroy everything we've worked for up here in Tokyo Millennium, even though we just destroyed the archangels who were corrupting it. Now that, like, I'm in charge and we can actually fix things, he still wants to destroy everything. I need you to join me in stopping Lucifer. But he, on the other hand, makes you decide immediately. He says, will you join me? Yes or no? That's your first, like, actual, like, are you locking into an alignment right now kind of thing? And, I told him no. I mean, like, not a great thing to do, because, like, Lucifer's not completely in the right, and Zane's not really in the right. So, then, Zane, your bodyguard, remember, he doesn't know that, decides immediately to cast you out from Eden, which literally means he kicks you off of the building. Okay? Kicks you off of basically a satellite level of height. And bam! That's when you kind of get some proof that you are some genetically created thing and not really a human. You survive. Your kneecaps are fine. I don't know how Hiroko survives. I guess you caught her. I don't know. She would still snap her neck or something. I don't know. Maybe some of your flying demons caught you. I don't know. Whatever. So, he kicks you out of Eden. You go back to the Abyss. And, you find Lucifer, and you tell him no. I'm not joining you either. And then once again, just like the first game, you've now made enemies of both sides. And we're going to have another cataclysmic destroy everything battle that's going to destroy the last of humanity. And that's where I am right now. I'm storming Lucifer's castle. Palace? Castle? I don't know. But that's Smut 2. That's what I've been playing on my rare off times, guys. It's good. Let's start here and do it. Yes. What's important is that line goes through where her hands are drawn. Finally on the last panel. I might actually finish a page. I mean, for how much time it's been... This is new. Where's the undo button? This one? Because here, if I did do it here, what would that look like? Actually, that's not terrible. Putting it there. Hell of an amnesia story, except there was no real amnesia. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they tell you, like, at the beginning, the game starts as an RPG. Oh, I have no memories. And you're like, I've heard this before so many times. Can't wait till this is over. When's the freaking amnesia gonna go away? And then you realize, oh, it isn't, because it's not. Oh, no. Oh, God. I'm glad it's finally getting nutty. Oh, so anyway, you find out that the Lucifer, not the Lucifer, the Yahweh you fought, as I mentioned, was not the real Yahweh. That Yahweh, Lucifer tells you this, was actually the Yahweh that the three archangels wished would be the real one. Because, OT, Old Testament, God, doesn't really talk to anybody. And, he just kind of stays silent and ignores you until it's time for punishment. So, they, not hearing anything from their deity, concocted in their minds what they want him to tell them, and validate that what they're doing, creating a false messiah, is right. So, that is what you killed. Their idea of him. Because remember, if you believe that it's real, it's real. So they created a new Yahweh. You kill that, and then I'm assuming by the end of the game I gotta kill the real Yahweh. Because I've seen screenshots of that. I know you actually fight Yahweh in this, and I'm excited. Reminds me of Prototype story. Yeah, Prototype. Similar kind of, nonsense of you being created. Now I kind of need, the other... let's save, because it's been a hot minute, and I don't want to do all of that panel again. I'm going to switch to this one. Why is my phone going off? I'm sorry if that's loud, by the way. I don't know. Frickin' Mint Mobile. Gotta send me text messages every time a new month rolls through. Alright. Back in a food shop. So anyway, I have been in a Shin Megami Tensei kick lately. It's really cool. Here, think of it like, here, let me put it like this. I haven't, by the time that I last did drawing for The Book Was Better, this comic, I hadn't played a single Shin Megami Tensei game. Not one. Unless you count Persona, which I don't. I mean, sure, fine. Count Persona. Then I played Persona 5. I think I played Persona 5 by that point. What else? I hadn't played a single Dark Souls game. I've since played all of them, including Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Haven't beaten Bloodborne yet, as we mentioned earlier. Try and get these lines correct here. You gotta draw it quick to get the line width and the arch correct. I feel like I'm drawing it with a huge, you know, that's enormous, but like, draw with it lighter. Gives you a wider width. Anyway, yeah, like, there's so much I haven't done by the last time I was doing this, so I guess I can consider this like I had like a huge video game playing excursion between breaks of working on this book. So I really want this book to be finished and good. I want people to be able to read it. But still, I don't know if there's a way that I can get the first chapter to be like still published as a standalone thing. It's not a great like standalone story. It's obviously like setting up the rest of what's happening here, so don't mean it like that. But still, be nice that you guys could actually like start reading some of it, for crying out loud, how hard I've worked on it. It could be like some sort of Patreon reward. I wonder how I could do that. You know, like send out like block PDFs or something like that, so people can actually like read it. You only get it digital by that point. I wanted to do print. That was what the whole Kickstarter we did was for. It was for making a print version. Yeah, of individual chapters, which doesn't need to happen. It's mostly like it's supposed to be an entire thing. It's still very much told in chapters. Something doesn't look quite right. It's probably the mouth. I'm gonna change it when I get there. It's just a quick sketch anyway. Sure. I am, like, my muscle memory is all gone with how I set up my tablet. See, there's a comment there. Just give me a moment. I'm drawing some hair squiggles. I'd definitely take a print version. I wanted to have a print version. Well, at this point, it's gonna be a print of the whole shebang, which is gonna take a long time. What is that? Let's clean that up. But yeah, like, just so that you guys could read it, you know? That's the thing, like... And obviously, if I was sending out print versions, I could, like, physically sign them, I could put stuff inside. I have other books I've made. You know, that was, like, the extra perks of the, Kickstarter. You know, like, you know, you support the book at this tier or whatever. You'll also get like these books that I've done. Yeah, let's finish the face. The nose is really screwed up too, and that's worse. Better. I think the mouth was just too long. But, like, this is strange because the other stuff I've done was, more fantasy, or just, like, sci-fi. Mostly sci-fi would be the proper term. And, this, it's gonna look like, eventually in the book, that there is, some fantasy to it, but there absolutely isn't. More of like that Metal Gear kind of theme where it looks like there's some what's the word here? Supernatural stuff going on, but there is a logical explanation. It's just going to take a while to get to that. But yeah, no, this book, it's gonna take, like, there's a huge, like, plot twist in this that, like, I can't tell you guys about, because it would ruin the entire freaking thing. But this, I can tell you, I tried to imply this on the surface when I was talking just about the, story itself, like, there's gonna be a twist to it, that, this is not really a romance story, it's actually a story about an irrational fear that I think everybody has. At least at one point in their lives. And it's taken to an extreme. You'll see it later. As long as it's not Metal Gear Rising, I'm all for it. Oh god, don't even, man, that game was so bad. Like, what an absolute assault on the senses. It made a complete mockery of everything that Metal Gear was. Hold on, I didn't draw that thing before. Where was... Yeah, I forgot to draw that! Whoops! Alright, kind of like that. Alright, there, good enough. I did it. There. I was like, I didn't draw this thing before! What the heck am I listening to now? It's a long soundtrack. Shin Megami Tensei 5 main theme. We are almost at the bottom of it, too. Cool. And Hideo Kojima oversaw development of that game. I know, like... But granted, that doesn't mean, like, he had any control whatsoever. That could have meant, like, he literally just showed up and, saw some of what they were working on. You know? Said, like, okay, oh, God, I don't know how they could possibly consult anything, and as a creator, how do you just accept somebody destroying and making a complete mockery of, you know, this beloved thing that you've worked on? I think by that point, he was, like, kind of accepting that, Konami was destroying Metal Gear for him, you know? Really sad, but that's kind of what happened. So, hoping that eventually... No. Hoping that eventually we're going to have a better, explanation. Like, he'll maybe come out and actually tell us something, but I don't think so. I think, Metal Gear now is just forever gonna be incomplete. Which, it was complete before. Like, it didn't need anything after, Solid. Honestly, it didn't. It had a great cliffhanger to it, though. And you want to see what's going to happen. And Metal Gear Solid 2 is kind of a subversion of you wanting to see what was going to happen. It's great. Metal Gear Rising doesn't understand anything about 2 at all, which is weird, because that's the game. That's the one that, you know... Raiden should be understanding the thesis of the game he's from. Am I nuts in making that bold assumption? I don't know. God, it's... I don't really want to get into it. But, like, I still really like Metal Gear. Even though, like, there's bad apples to it. There's a... Like, each game has, like, its own bad, like... entry. I assumed when playing Metal Gear 4, that was the bad one. Like, okay, like it can be flashy and fun and cool when you're playing it the first time, and then like upon replay you realize like, okay, this actually isn't very good. But you know, it very good in a lot of ways. That's not the same as like this game's an abomination and it needs to go. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of obvious Konami stopped caring about consistencies by Solid 4. Yeah. It was more like, you have a quota of characters who have to return from each Metal Gear Solid game for each scene. That's what it felt like, you know? It could not have just been... What is that line? Could not have just been me. Sure felt like it was just me sometimes, though. Like, I don't know if anybody was actually going, like, watching any of those, like, and not thinking, Hamster's being really irrational right now. Why isn't he just enjoying Metal Gear Rising? He's got more Metal Gear. And, like, if you go back in any of my older videos, there's people talking about Rising, like, all the time. Check the old comments of, like, Metal Gear 5 and 4. They're all talking about Rising. Like, how much I'm gonna love it. And I'm always, like, you know, not knowing any better, going like, oh, yeah, I know. I was even saying the same thing of what was the reason why I couldn't at the time. And that was my I had it on PS3, but my PS3 controller wasn't working. Oh, God, I gotta tell you this, too. So, for the same reason my PS3 controller wasn't working... Here, you just look at some boobs for a moment. The reason my PS3 controller wasn't working was, that's not right. There's like a button in it that just kind of like randomly presses itself, I think. And, I can't seem to clean it. I've opened it up. I've looked at the board. I've used, Q-tips with, alcohol, like 70% is best that I have right now, and then like wipe, try and clean it up. Air cans, blow it completely clean, put it back together, and it still like intermittently pushes buttons randomly. I have no idea what's wrong with it. There's a line that continues up through here, actually, on the sweater. Anyway, and it should go... Is it on the shoulder? Yeah, it's about here. This reminds me of the, all-star rest area in Super Smash Bros. Melee. I love Melee. The game is so fun. It's one of, like, the best games I've ever played that I'm never going to go back and replay because the newer ones just actually make the old one obsolete, which is cool. Alright, so anyway, what was I trying to say? Oh, the controller thing. Okay, so anyway, that same problem with the PS3 controller, it started happening on my 3DS capture card. The A button, of all buttons, doesn't work. I was trying to hatch those freaking Scythers for you, and, honestly, now that you're here, I'd actually like to, like, try and diagnose a different problem with that, because, I'm worried that there's something wrong with my game. And, but first and foremost, the A button not working. I took my 3DS apart, okay? Looked at the motherboard, I saw where the buttons connected, I saw everything. And I cleaned it up as best I could. Whoops. Cleaned it up as best I could, put it back together, no change. None. So I don't know what's wrong there. Sounds like the controller went through a fault somewhere on the production line, like something on that button wasn't installed correctly. But, like, it worked fine before, so I know it's getting false positive readings somewhere. I just don't know what's causing it. And now it's happening on my A button, on my 3DS, where sometimes, like, you know, you're mashing A when you're talking to the egg guy, or the daycare guy, because he's giving you an egg, right? Pokemon Crystal's what I was doing. Mashing A, and then, like, I'm watching it, and the dialogue balloon, like, won't go away, and then sometimes it goes away. And then it's back. And it goes away. Then it's back. So, to really test it, I opened up Mario Deluxe. Super Mario Brothers, okay, basically. And, Mario jumps with A, so I knew it would be an instant feedback, I can see it working. And I would run in the beginning of the first level, try and jump over the Goomba or jump on him, you run into him and you die. Like, it's just not reading that I'm doing it. Push really hard, Mario will jump, but then, like, as soon as he lands, he jumps again. And sometimes he won't jump the full jumps. So, there's something really messed up, and that's kind of what the PS3 controller was doing, too. And it was, like, not only, like, not reading what I was pushing and pushing its own thing, it was also, like, randomly pushing additional times. I need to fix that, or else I can't do my casual run of Pokemon Gold I wanted to do with you guys. That was honestly going to be one of my next playthroughs. Pokemon Gold. I was thinking of calling it Cozy Gold. You know, no challenges or nothing. I'm playing with a team that I casually shiny hunted. You know, cozy Pokemon. But can't do it if the controller literally doesn't work. Is it possible there's some kind of decay happening on the motherboard itself? Just putting stuff out on my butt here. Well, I don't know if decay is the word I would use. But I mean, like, all hardware fails eventually. I just don't know what else to try. But no, everything I read online said that's a problem with dirt on it. You have to open it up and clean it. I did it as best I could. Where's it? You're back, actually. Okay. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to do with that. So anyway, the other problem I was having with hatching. So, for some reason, I am not finding this shiny Scyther. And I have hatched, I don't know how many, I'm not counting them, because you don't really have box space in that game. You have to release as you get one that's not shiny as you go. But let me put it like this. So the Scyther that I started with, I caught from the bug contest. I don't know what level they come from in the bug contest, but it's not high. I'm gonna guess 13, okay? 13, level 13 Scyther. It is in the high 80s now. The odds in that game for getting a shiny is 1 out of like 64, I think. 1 out of 64. So I've hatched like hundreds of eggs and I still don't have it. And hatching in that game takes forever, by the way. So, I don't know. Best I could think would be the persistent dirt somewhere or the cleaning product messing with the stuff. I didn't put a cleaning product in it. You just put in alcohol. It's the safest way to clean computer parts. So, not in an air can. Air can's not gonna mess with it. It's just dirt. It's somewhere. But still, anyway, the Scyther thing. I'm still not getting the shiny Scyther, so I'm thinking like, okay, something is wrong. And to make the trick work that gives you the enhanced odds in that game is that you need to be hatching one with a Pokemon who is shiny, and the other one has to be, two factors. One Pokemon has to be from another game, and one Pokemon has to be shiny to get increased odds. So I have a shiny Ditto from a different game. And I know it works because I have a shiny Shuckle and a Houndour that are from that Ditto. And everything else that I caught that I'm breeding with is from the game I'm hatching on. So I know they're from different games. And I know it's... I don't know. Like, maybe I am just having a ridiculous drought in Gen 2. But, ugh. I don't want a drought, I just wanted a cozy game. Just wanted to hurry, you know, to get it started. And I even wanted to, basically call it like my Pokemon retirement run. You know, like no particular reason, but like, say like, okay, I'm done with like shiny hunting, I don't need to do any of that anymore. It was fun, but for now, because there's like no feasible, like, interesting games to do it with anymore, just kind of call it quits. And I was thinking of even saying my final shiny hunt I'm gonna do with you guys live in Cozy Gold, where we shiny hunt for a Gen 2 Ho-Oh. Seems like the most fitting Pokemon. Probably one of my most famous hunts that I've done was my Heart Gold Ho-Oh, and probably one of my favorite Pokemon in general. No, definitely one of my favorite Pokemon in general. I'd say a drought. The shiny Sceptile I hatched took, I think, a year? I was on and off with it, though. Yeah, see, like, whenever you're on and off with a hunt, it's really hard to gauge, like, how long it takes. Because I did that exact hunt. I assumed you were doing it in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire because of the graphics that you showed. Assuming it was your starter, right? You didn't... Oh, you hatched it, so I don't know then. Okay, but yeah, I did that hunt where I reset for, shiny, what's his name? Trico. I don't even know Pokemon names anymore. My daughter knows more than I do. Yeah. Unnatural ribs. There. Nope, not that side. Ultra Moon. Yuck. That game poopy. It's really not that bad, all things considered, now that we know, like, the true depths of how bad Pokemon games can be. What's this? Don't know. But this line's bothering me. What is... Oh, is this the Fiends? Yeah, the Fiends. I was gonna say, this is from SMT3. Right, they did a remix where you can fight the Fiends. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Good stuff. Alright, is, no. I'm gonna say, is Ashlyn finished, but she's not. I forgot, up here. That part of her hair. Anything else, just, Okay, just hands. Alright, so... The Sceptile I used to breed with a Japanese Ditto came from Horus. Oh, well that doesn't affect that game. This is just Gen 2. Gen 2's weird. Ultra Sun Moon is still pretty bad, but I definitely played over Scarlet. Yeah, I still haven't even played that. I still kind of want to. Like, I haven't even reviewed how the Pokemon, like, what was it, the Pokemon Opinions videos on how they all look. Sounds almost like the Metroid Prime theme. Okay, I'm gonna try and, like, jump to the last finger. Do first and the last, and then we'll just plan to work our way in. Without any reference. Yay. I don't think you're gonna see any of this, so let's get rid of it now. Before it becomes a real problem. Did I make her finger too long? Not if I do it like this. Alright, there. Edge of the knuckle. A little shorter, though. So it can at least keep you busy. Keep me busy. Scarlet and Violet will give you a good bit to do before the end of the game. Oh, well, I don't need to be busy. That's not the problem. I was saying I'd like to play them just for posterity. You know. This looked too high. Eh? Well, it still looks a little longer than the others, but you can see it's like the edge of the knuckles here. Don't put that there, though. Oh, well, I'm not going to be too picky about these anymore. Alright, so now trying to do the same thing. This is the intro music to SMT3. Like the game's idle attract mode. This one you might see between these fingers here, so. If I can at least get this page done, I'm gonna call that a good stopping point. See, alright, that's some good progress. I finally got back into working on this again. Bomo. 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 I'm gonna try and, like, cup the fingers, just like over here. These are all real places, by the way. Well, I mean, not... Most all of the places that you see in this book are all actual places, and you could visit them if you wanted. You could take a book was better guided tour vacation. Wouldn't recommend it. This is not a great place to go. But you could. Just saying it's possible. Good. Good enough. Let's see, that should actually just go down. You wouldn't see that. Ooh. Thumb would be out here. Yeah, about there. Wait, is she holding something? Hold on. No, that's just a really ugly hand I did. Okay, so I don't think she's supposed to be holding anything here. It's been a long time, so like the script is like I don't remember what I even frickin' wrote. It's in Ohio, isn't it? Yeah, sure. This is Cincinnati, Ohio. Except this particular shot that I'm about to do in the backdrop, like I know where this is. This is actually by the river. And I don't think you could actually see the city from this angle. So that's why, like, from here, I'm not actually gonna be illustrating it. It's mostly just gonna be these trees, bushes, shrubbery. And then we're gonna have some clouds and whatnot. This is the Demi-Fiend quest, which is just the music from SMT3 approaching a boss. So cool that they went back for this. There are lots of trees down there, though. So that's why I'm just kind of like making a wall of them, because it's just going to be a block of color. Doesn't have to be that detailed. And this is about the height that you would see the buildings back there, if you saw any, and I think this is even exaggerating it, so you can see something. You would really see them, like, up here is where you would expect to see them, but they're not that tall. Not from looking up from this far away. Alright, this is his battle. And the last track of the soundtrack. It's gonna be dead silence after this, I gotta do it! But anyway, this is, Common Battle? No, not Common Battle. It's one of the boss themes in SMT3. I don't know why that one's domed. Oh, why is that domed? Is that, like... Is that the baseball stadium? Music is not nearly as intense as it needs to be for that fight. I'm gonna assume that's like the baseball stadium or something. I use like actual photo references for this, so I'm trying to not make up stuff. God. I don't even remember what they said in that one. I just know, the other boss theme, which I love so much more than this one. I'm kind of bummed they picked this one. It's still good, but they have some great boss themes. Like, in the name of God, I will not crack. Let me sleep, please. Like, I'm a man, half human. All right. I'm gonna throw some. Some clouds up there, which is all kind of make it up. Save. I don't trust this stupid app. Like, this is not the most intense music for him. So, like, to me, it's like he doesn't even consider Nahabino a threat. Like, you're just like a little, a small-time demon who came to battle him. Yikes. Alright. Clouds. Forget it. I draw clouds kind of weird in this, but the sun should be going down at this point. That is awful. Trigger found's like trying to get like some big ones, some smaller ones. Also use clouds for creating like a line towards the subject. Is this track on Spotify? I think so. But you should listen to the rest of SMT3's soundtrack. When I'm telling you this is one of the weaker ones, the others are like hardcore amazing. And this is already great. I believe Atlas's stuff is all on Spotify, yes. Just type in Shin Megami Tensei. You can even find it for, I think, 1 and 2. If it's the Super Nintendo version of 1, you're in heaven. That deck, oh, it sounds so good. If I can't do these clouds in time, no, I'm gonna force myself to listen to silence. We gotta do this. How much more time do I have on this track? Like a minute. Maybe we'll listen to it twice. Okay. I'm gonna try and lighten it up out here. Not super cloud. What the heck? I was trying to hold spacebar. Spacebar makes the hand appear so I can do this. By the way, scoot it around. No, don't like that. I saw Shin Megami Tensei's 3 and 5 on the Switch library. Guess they'd be fitting to play together. Yep, the only ones you can play on there. eShop, not the library. Well, yes, I understood what you meant. One is, at the moment, kind of trapped on the Super Famicom. They ported it to iOS a few years ago, but it was a bad port. There's like a Game Boy Advance version, but it's also not very good. There's a PlayStation 1 version, also not very good. I mean, it adds some things that kind of make it okay, but not much. I think I'm actually going to leave it here. Oh, and we're out. Okay, done. Boom. I'm going to call it. No, not undo. Edit, redo. Put that back. Now, I wanted to save. There. And Control 0. And turn off the sketches. Boom. Look at that. I did a page. And it took me the entire day. But, oh well. We got there. We did it. Gotta be proud of little achievements. Alrighty. So, now... let's see. The next... oh, hold on. No, this was the one that I didn't do, so we're just going to delete that. Nope. And this was already saved over as the real one. I don't know what the heck happened to Photoshop earlier, but obviously that's a huge problem if it's going to randomly, like, close out on me. Okay. I was worried about getting back into this again, that I'm not going to remember how my controls or anything work. Luckily, I have 5-year-old Post-it notes that I never took off of my monitor that are over that way, right there. These are notes how to I do lettering to make sure it's always consistent. And this is for the tablet, how the tablet works. That other image over there was, here, let me pull it over and show you. Let me zoom out here. The character profiles I showed you to make sure I was being consistent with outfits. Kim was making sure that I did this before I started because I was drawing some really lousy outfits before. And now, hopefully, it's going to be a lot more consistent and a lot better. So, anyway, I'm going to try and get back into working on this. Chapter 2 is completely drawn. That would be... you can see right here, we're on page, this is 55. I don't remember how many pages are total in the entire shebang at the moment, because like I said, I'm going to try rewriting some segments. Right now, I actually don't know. I don't have the file to go out that far. But, oh, no, yeah, I do. According to this, 237 pages. Yep. Some of them, though, shouldn't be so bad. Like, I actually get to reuse some old artwork and stuff like that, so we'll see how bad it actually ends up being. But yeah, okay, that was something. Like I said, I wanted to get my Game Boy Advance, or not Game Boy Advance, what's that thing called? Nintendo 3DS. I wanted to get the A button working. I tried opening up and cleaning it. I might do it again today to try and get the A button working. I don't know what else to do. Like, I took the freaking motherboard out. Yeah, progress is progress. Yeah, now that I'm able to say, like, okay, I can do a page a day. If I can do a page a day, obviously not every day. That's, like, I'd say, like, a page a week. Then that's feasible that I could, like, get the whole shebang done, like, in a reasonable amount of time. As opposed to never. You know, that would be the alternative. Though Kim has to do colors... because if it was just me doing black and whites, it would not look like this. I would have, like, the sky would probably be black in a lot of segments. Like, the tree line would almost certainly be solid black. Characters are probably wearing a lot of black. You would have, like, a 50-50 black and white when you're doing it like this. If you're drawing it for color, though, then it's going to look like line work, which is really all we were doing. Whew, okay. But, yeah, I have a lot of work I still want to do on messing with the script. I have a lot of other work I want to get done on finishing up the Super Metroid experience, but I can't edit anything. I have playing with myself videos that I also can't do, and Hitbox that I still can't do. So, like, I figured since all that stuff is kind of, like, I can't work on it this week, I'm going to take it as a sign to get back into working on the book was better. So, anyway, I had some fun working on this. Next time we do this, we're going to work on the page following. I don't know if we're going to be doing this next week, or if we're going to be starting a new game. Like I said, I'm waiting for the price to drop on Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance in order to pick that up so I can play that. Let me think. Any new stuff that I'm planning on playing with you guys? I'm probably going to do the same thing with Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter games notoriously lose their value really quickly. And honestly, I'm not wowed by Wilds yet. I need to see a little more. And then I might honestly play it pretty early. But if I do play it, I'm probably going to play Monster Hunter Wilds completely solo. I don't really like how the co-op thing kind of ruined a lot of first experiences with some monsters. And to be fair, some of them I didn't really care for, like in Rise. But, you know, like I feel like playing in solo was like the most fun I had with Monster Hunter, and if I want to chase that again, I want to go by myself. Unless the world is completely designed so that you have to be in multiplayer, which it kind of looks like it is. So, we'll see. We'll see. I don't want to do a bunch of open world fetch quest games. I want stuff to get done faster. But anyway, that is all the time I have for now. Hopefully, the wait is not unbearable for me waiting, or you guys waiting for me to be able to edit new videos. Go check out some old Playing With Myself reviews. There's no way you've seen all of them. There's like 150 of those puppies. Go check them out. I've got other stuff that, other streams, other games and stuff. Let me know on Discord what you want to see me play, honestly, because, like, right now, it's kind of up in the air. I have a list of things that I could try and be doing with you guys. Atari Action Hour should still be on, by the way. Now, I have no issues with that hardware. It's sitting right here. That's fine. Hope Wilds doesn't push multiplayer like World did. Yeah, I also hope it doesn't force the Ubisoft sandboxy open world kind of crap like that. I really don't want to see, but, like, them thinking about things like weather and ecology is good. That's all good. So, like, there's some stuff that looks really promising, and then there's the rest. You got the polls chat still, so... Yes, I do, but, like, I want to... If you have, like, I don't know, like, general ideas for what you'd want to stream, or want to see me stream, you know, I could just put up, like, do you want me to get back to another game, or can I get back to working on this book? Because I really want this book done. So, anyway, there's that. Let me know over in Discord. You can just use the regular general chat. I will hop in there later today to check on what you guys are saying. But for now, that is all the time I have. I'm still not feeling the best. I got to get some food, probably rest. And I'm going to see you guys later. Next will be Atari Action Hour because I can't make any videos. Hopefully by then we'll have some more updates on the video situation. If not, you'll find out then. Thank you guys so much for watching. Remember to like the videos and subscribe for more. I will see you all in the next stream. See you. Toodles.